About to start the session. Is anyone still coming in from outside? We've been on for a second. Take your seats. Okay, good morning everybody and welcome to the third World Conference of the Association for Borderland Studies. which is taking place here in Eilat, at the Eilat campus of Ben Gurion University. Eilat being, of course, the most appropriate location for such a conference, and the meeting place of almost four, but three states, Israel, Egypt and Jordan. And of course, they're not just regular borders, it's pretty much the meeting places of Africa, Asia, Europe, Middle East. And there couldn't have been a more appropriate place for this meeting to take place. We're pleased to welcome, not everybody's here in the hall right now, there's some people still on their way here, there's some people on delayed flights, but we're pleased to welcome almost 250 border scholars from all around the world. The meeting which is taking place, the last World Conference was in Vienna in 2018. The idea was to have it 4 years later, but some people, COVID, intervened, and it was slightly delayed. But we're glad it took place, and even more delighted to know that when offered the opportunity of physical or virtual participation, of the almost 250 participants, fewer than 20 people opted for virtual participation, which means to say we're back on the conference schedule, but we're back traveling, and I suppose that's healthy for all of us. The next 1.5 hours will be as follows. We'll have a 15-20 minutes greeting session, followed by the opening plenary, which I will introduce when we get there. And I will ask your patience at the end of that session for 5 or 6 minutes of housekeeping about various logistics to do with the conference over the next few days. We're delighted to have 3 people to greet us at the conference. We have, on behalf of the ABS, the Secretary General Francisco, who will himself introduce the President of the ABS, who has sent a virtual message as he was unable to get here at the last minute. Followed by that, we are very pleased to have the Mayor of Eilat, Mr. Eilat, and we would like to thank the Eilat municipality for the fantastic reception we had last night on the beachfront in Eilat. The food was good, the wine was good, and the weather was excellent. And the sunset was even better. And we also have, at the end, we have the Dean of the Eilat campus, Professor Yaniv Poria, who has so kindly enabled us to have the conference in this location. He and his staff have gone out of the way to make us welcome. They've been very helpful. And before he greets us, I would like to thank him and all of his staff in having us here and so on. I would also like to say a personal welcome to the new Egyptian consul to this area, Mr. Mohammed Abdel Ali, he represents Egypt in this part of Israel, and he's come this morning to be with us. And I would like to say I hope this points forward to a lot of fruitful cooperation between Israel and Egypt and Eilat and Taba over the next few years while you're in this important position. Thank you. And I'd like to start. Francisco will present Professor Momoya.
Thank you, David. I cannot be more happy than being here today after the meeting in Finland, Yonsu, that include a wonderful trip across the border with Russia. And then we have our second World Conference in Vienna that also include wonderful meetings and travel to Budapest. And now we are here with David Newman that has been able to bring people from all over the world to this wonderful gathering to continue our conversations about borders in a comparative perspective and across the world. It's a very exciting moment for the association. Unfortunately, Mark Montoya, our president, was not able to come here, but he asked me to represent him and represent the association in this meeting. I want to welcome you on the name of the association. I want to invite you to be more involved with the Association for Borderland Studies. As Mark will remind you in the video that he sent, the ABS is the largest and more diverse group of scholars internationally. It's the oldest also, and we welcome all disciplines. We welcome people from all places, from all geographies, and I hope that you can, after this meeting that David Newman has put together, become more interested in the work of the association. I see a lot of faces that I know, people that has been with the association as a member and position of leadership for a long time. So thank you, all of you, for coming, and I'm gonna let Mark Montoya to tell you how important is this meeting for us. Thank you.
The corporate papers have bringing together an extensive array of borderline scholars. This is quite a feat given the situation. While I'm not able to do it,
Okay, I think that this is causing all sorts of problems, this, so I think I'll speak without it. I have a loud enough voice, as you know. And I forgot to mention, just before I left home the other day, I suddenly said, I've got just the right tie for this event. I hadn't seen it in 5 years, and I weren't searching until I found my geopolitics tie. So at least it gives me the opportunity once in 10 years to wear it. I'd like to introduce the mayor of the city of Eilat, Mr. Eilat.
I think I will need it. Yeah. So, good morning and welcome to Eilat. Professor David Newman, conference organizer and chair in geopolitics in the Department of Politics and Government at Ben Gurion University. Professor Yaniv Faria, Dean of the Eilat campus. I would like to thank, of course, Professor Mark Montoya, President ABS Northern Arizona University, USA. Thank you, Mr. Francesco. Distinguished guests, we are thrilled to host you in our unique city, whose beauty and charm are evident in every corner. From the peaceful, spiritual desert with stars-like bordered by mountains of all colors and shapes on one side, to a sea teeming with wealth of marine life and one of the most beautiful bays in the world on the other. All of which combine to make Eilat an international cosmopolitan city that annually welcomes 3 million tourists, offering a broad spectrum of cultural pleasures, fine cuisines, and shopping alongside conferences, festivals, and international competitions. Not limited to tourism and leisure, and home to a seaport and airport being located at the tip of 3 continents and 3 borders, Egypt to the south and Jordan in the east. Eilat is a bridge to partnership and to reinforcing environmental and economic peace, making it a strategic asset for the state of Israel. Nowadays, we are advancing in several channels where Eilat has a clear advantage, one of which involves aquaculture and marine biotechnology. The city of Eilat offers an ecosystem that includes school education, development of a unique academic program, CTEC, here in this university, science and research. This is all made possible by one of the leading research centers in the world, as well as natural resources that have proven to be fertile ground for research and development. On the agenda is the establishment of an international center that will lead research on major issues affecting the 21st century in marine science and aquaculture, as well as facilitating solutions to climate damage, some of which affect the deep ocean. The second channel we are living on an international level is renewable in energy, as evidenced by Eilat being one of the only cities in the Middle East that was selected along with 112 cities around the world to lead the global fight against greenhouse gas emissions as part of the European Union's revolutionary plan. I'm proud to say that Eilat generates 100% of its daytime electricity from the sun, and that over the next several years will become the first energy independent city in the world that produces all of its energy needs from the sun 24/7. Also noted are our natural resources, which not only belong to us, but cross every political border. Therefore, inefficient and irresponsible use by any one party will necessarily affect those living on the other side. There is no question that broad regional initiatives and collaborations which are occurring at this time will generate a synergy and effective use of natural resources thereby enhancing the socio-economic strength and quality of life of citizens on both sides of the border. I sincerely hope that geopolitical changes we have recently witnessed with the signing of the Abraham Accords and the geopolitical location of our city will make Eilat a bridge to commercial development and productive natural partnerships with our neighbors and the southern gateway to the entire state of Israel. A hearty welcome to everyone. Thank you.
And I'd like to welcome Professor Yaniv Poria, a senior member of faculty of Ben Gurion University, who is currently the dean of this campus.
No. Good morning, everyone. I know that these greeting sessions have their own rituals, but people who know me, people who know this campus, know that I do not necessarily follow the rules or the formal rules, and I know that you are highly interested to go to have a break and eat something. So I will do it a bit differently. We are speaking today, you will be speaking today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, about borders. I want to take this opportunity. If you have colleagues in Jordan, in Egypt, please tell your colleagues that you met the dean of Eilat campus and you really want to collaborate and cooperate with them on a win-win base. Please be our agent. We really want to host here. And we really want our students to go to Jordan and Egypt. Please be our agent of change. So I want to start with this. Usually you don't know who is the dean. I think here there is, I want to tell you what am I doing as a research area. I'm involved in the research of heritage tourism. What's going on in heritage places? And by the way, my observation, and here is scholars to scholars, is that actually, and I'm not so proud of this, specifically here in the Middle East, my impression is that in those heritage sites, we create borders. This is what they are here for. It's much easier, I think, to make a peace agreement between nations, between politicians. But unfortunately, from all sides, right now we are involved in creating, in grouping who is with me and who is not. I would like to tell you something about this campus. This campus is very unique, not necessarily because of its location. Yes, we are at the capital of the periphery of Israel. But what is the vision of this campus? I'm sure that you know, and I know that you are coming representing here 10 different disciplines, which is amazing. That here in the, sorry, not here, everywhere in the academy, we put borders to our students. There are very high borders in Israel to get accepted to the psychology department, to the engineering department. I want you to know that you are now sitting in a campus that its aim is to assist those children, those students that were not able to pass those borders and study here, providing them the best lectures, the best learning environment, and then have the exact exams as every other university, or specifically Ben Gurion University, have. On the same minute, this exam will start on the same minute, and we are highly proud of the achievement of our students. So this is about the campus. And I have, I think, 1 minute or 90 seconds left. I hope that you will enjoy the lectures. I hope that you will go to the lectures. But I want to thank, Professor Newman thanked me. No, there are real people who worked very, very hard for the success of this event. On a personal level, I would like to thank Professor Newman that invested a lot of time, a lot of effort, and by the way, some of his money in the success of this event. I would like to thank Eilat, she's the one over there. And I would like, and I won't name each one of them, but I would like to thank all the employees of the Eilat campus that are so proud of the fact that you are our guest. We are delighted by the fact that you chose Eilat, and we really hope to see you again. Thank you.
He took the words out of my mouth, and there will be other opportunities where we will be thanking both Eilat and the staff of Eilat campus. Just before we move into the opening session, there's one more announcement on behalf of the Association for Borderland Studies. Francisco, please.
Thank you, David. The nicest thing of being here is that I can say good afternoon, David, because over the past 3 months, we were talking over Zoom about the conference, and I was never sure it was day or night when he was talking to me.
The 10-hour time difference.
It was crazy. And so I just want to say that personally, I'm really grateful with David for all the effort and his staff for the effort they put in organizing this wonderful conference. They really worked a lot. It's not easy to organize something like this. So thank you, David, again for this. The ABS also, this year, as in the past, should put together a grand travel award for students, for graduate students and junior faculty. I just want to mention and acknowledge 6 people that are here, I guess, because they were recipients of the travel awards. David Russell is here. Can you stand up with David? Miguel Ángel Sigala, Mohanty, Jivandi. Be part of the conference, and we hope that you remain engaged with the association in future activities. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you to all the greeters, Mavarchim. And if you'd like to step down, I would like to call upon our 2 keynote speakers for the opening session, Robert Volterra and Professor Marcelo Cohen. The opening session that will deal with the topic of boundaries and borders in international law. We had 2 very eminent speakers for this morning's session, and I'll just say a few sentences about biographies you can read on the online program, on the online schedule. I should have mentioned that, of course, the schedule is online. If there are updates, they go in every day. All the abstracts are online. The little pamphlets you have in your package are 95% correct, but there's some last-minute changes which you received from me on email, which didn't quite get into that pamphlet. 1 or 2 sessions changed room, 1 was cancelled, but you'll see plenty on the notice boards on each room. You'll find a list of sessions. Our two speakers this morning, and I'll introduce you both now, if it's okay with you, and then you can just follow each other. They will speak for approximately half an hour, give or take, a bit longer, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of time left for some Q&A afterwards. Our two speakers, Robert Volterra is one of the world's top public international law practitioners. He qualified as a barrister in Canada and as a solicitor advocate in England and Wales. He advises and represents governments, international organizations, and private clients in a wide range of contentious and even non-contentious, I didn't realize lawyers did that, on non-contentious public international law and international dispute resolution issues, including international humanitarian law, the laws of war, international criminal law, boundaries, territorial integrity, UNCLOS, international agreements, and as a whole, that's about a third of the list I got through, and the rest of the list you can see, but you can understand why he is such an appropriate person to have as one of our keynote speakers. He will be followed by Professor Marcelo Cohen, who is Professor of International Law at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva, and member of the Institut de Droit International and its Secretary General since 2015. He is the counsel and advocate for a number of states in 4 continents, represented before the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, the ITLOS, and other international tribunals. He also acts as an international arbitrator and has been a rapporteur for the International Law Association and many other international organizations. And he nearly became the latest addition to the International Court of Justice on behalf of Latin America. I understand that Brazil just managed to get in there before Argentina, but it just shows what a high reputation and prestige he has. Each of them will speak on different aspects of international law, boundaries, border arbitration, and I welcome Robert Volterra to open. Is this working?
Thank you very much. My thanks to the organizers and just had, particularly all the people who really have put this on, some of whom have been mentioned. My great thanks to David, whom I've known for a number of years, for having invited me, but most particularly to David's tie, without which nothing would have been possible. I'm going to talk to you today about land boundaries and territory rather than sea. The sea has a separate regime. You'll know about it under the UNCLOS, generally the UNCLOS, and I'm not going to address that. I'm going to talk about land boundaries and territory. I'm going to present you with 3 ideas today. The first is the continuing relevance of boundaries and territory. Secondly, because of that, the importance and relevance of the international law related to titles, territory, and boundaries. And thirdly, some of the practical aspects of resolving boundary and territorial disputes based on that law, which remain relevant. The title of my presentation, I honestly cannot recall, but it made reference to the metaverse. And I stuck that in there because I thought it might make my presentation more appealing. Marcelo, whom I've known for years and admire and respect, has such a star quality draw. I thought everyone would be out having coffee and then just come in for his presentation. So I thought if I put in the word metaverse, I might get some interest. The reason I put it in there, though, seriously, was to turn our thoughts first of all to the fact that the world has changed, blah, blah, blah. We all know that. But one of the ways it's changed is because of technology and the way human beings interact with each other and the way societies, countries, governments, and so on interact with each other. So my starting premise when I began thinking about my presentation today was, to what extent has this altered form of human global interstate interaction and communication changed the relevance of territory, title to territory, boundaries, etc., and therefore the law? And I thought what a good way to hang the hook on then this metaverse idea, which has captured so many people's attention and, like cryptocurrency, has captured many people's investments, unfortunately. And indeed, I came out with the view that the metaverse is a bit like cryptocurrency, and that it's what in some legal context is called a pyramid scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a big trick on people. I'm sorry for all the metaverse fans out there. I first came to this view quite a while ago when one of my client governments asked me to help it set up the world's first metaverse embassy. Real country, real embassy on the metaverse. So I had to deal with IT specialists and internet specialists, and I'm no good at internet and IT and so on. So I learned a lot about the metaverse. And it is a world beyond the physical. But essentially what I came to understand, and I did produce the world's first metaverse embassy, but nonetheless, it is a combination of gaming platform and sort of out-of-our gaming platform with a kind of stylized Amazon type sales platform. So there's sort of an otherworldly aspect and a real-worldly aspect. But each of those worldly aspects ultimately is grounded in reality, which means they're grounded in physical space, and therefore territory and boundaries are relevant. The physical space in which they are relevant is when you buy something. The idea is you can virtually walk into a shop on the metaverse. They sell Levi jeans or whatever, and you can buy them with your avatar kind of trying them out. And one version you could buy is for your avatar, so your avatar looks more attractive when you go to the metaverse discotheque on a Saturday night. And the other is you can have really sent to you and you can put on. But that latter part shows that the metaverse is really connected with reality and the world and territory, because someone needs to not just take your money, because maybe you could have crypto money, but they need to have physically something in a warehouse that they then send to you physically where you are. And that's ultimately what the metaverse is. It's just a nice little toy. And it's grounded in the physical. Because it's grounded in the physical, it's grounded in space, which means it takes up, in some ways, both technical and metaphorically, a physical space on the surface of the earth. Therefore, territory is relevant. So states remain relevant. They, even if they aren't doing it properly, they regulate the internet, they regulate the electricity that generates the internet, even they regulate the customs and regulation of transportation of the things you're going to buy on the metaverse, just as they do when you buy things from Amazon and its like. And so states remain relevant, and therefore boundaries, territory, and the locations of boundaries and territory, and which state controls them or non-state controls them, remains entirely relevant. As a consequence of this, the law related to the identification of boundaries and the allocation of title to territory is as important as it has been for the last 500 or so years at the very least. And this is because of the interrelation of the concepts of territorial sovereignty and jurisdiction in international law. International law is the law that governs relationships between states. It includes things like war and peace and so on, but it includes things like treaties and title to territory and the identification of boundaries. Now, there are many things other than states that are interested in boundaries, interested in control over territory and exercise of sovereignty and jurisdiction. But in international law and in the international relation community that exists between states, the 193 odd, depending how you count states, this is regulated by international law. Now, I recognize that I'm here with a group of scholars. I'm a pretend scholar at the University of London, but really I'm a practicing lawyer. But I recognize that there's many interesting ideas about what should be, what ought to be, what could be. The reality of the world is that states and the community of states operate and interact with each other under this thing called international law. So if you want to know how states decide which country has title to territory or where a boundary should go or does go, then you must reference public international law. And the reason this is important is because, as I said, of the interrelation of the concepts of territory, sovereignty, and jurisdiction in international law. These things are entirely interrelated because of the nature of the international community as it's been constructed, and as it has constructed its own law conceptually. Territory, of course, means a portion of the surface of the globe. And that's easy enough to identify. Sovereignty has two meanings. One is the sort of, if you want, the soul of a state, or the existence of statehood. I'm speaking at a very sort of abstracted level, but it's also a reference to the exercise of state authority. So when someone says, I'm Canadian, Canada has sovereignty over the Arctic. Someone mentioned this in one of the sessions I had this morning, or a portion of the Arctic. That is a reference to Canada, which is a sovereign, a state, having the right under international law to exercise authority over part of the Arctic. And by exercising authority, it's exercising regulation within its jurisdiction, that is to say, within its recognized territory. And so the interrelationship of territory and state authority and jurisdiction and sovereignty, my territory is being infringed by the exercise of authority by a sovereign whose ability to do IT is obviously much more superior to mine. Stay open.
Good night. Максим до беседи, двоємо то.
There we go. So I was saying that the three concepts of territory, sovereignty, and jurisdiction are interrelated, and therefore boundaries and territory and the title of the territory are important. Now, it's important to understand that in the community of nations, which decides that it is governed by international law, public international law, there are a number of rules that have been created about title to territory and identification of boundaries within that. And it is a legal regulation. It's not a sort of economic regulation. It's not a social regulation. It's not a consensus amongst all states about necessarily where a particular boundary should go per se, but it is a legalistic approach to the allocation of territory in the world. And this legalistic approach has been agreed by states, developed over the last few hundreds of years. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the specifics of it. But it is the legal regulation of a territorial-based, state-centric international order. And that's what we live in today. You may like it or not, you may challenge it or not, you may want to change it or not, but that is the world in which we live today. It is a legally regulated, territorially based, state-centric legal order. And there are implications that result from that. One might ask, why is it that it is a legally regulated system rather than just a power-based system, for example, a military might-based system? Well, to understand that, we need to know a little bit about the development of international law and the international law of boundaries. But essentially, if you step back from public international law per se, any legal system dislikes a vacuum or an empty space, because legal systems are all about stability in a practical sense. I mean, they're possibly informed by morality, possibly informed by ethics, possibly informed by self-interest, possibly informed by many things. But they're about stability within the community to which they apply. And the public international law of boundaries and title to territory developed and is what it is today as a result of a near obsessive concern of the international community of states that there be no instability about the identity of the states that have title to a particular territory or the location of a boundary. And why is that? Because history has taught the international community that uncertainty about the location of boundaries and title to territory leads to instability. Instability leads to conflict. And the greatest conflicts that the world has known, apart from religious-based ones, revolve around access to and control over resources, human, physical, or otherwise. The development of international law related to boundaries and title to territory has developed along with the international community and along with public international law generally. And it is a European construct, if you will. Again, you can like it or not like it, but it developed essentially out of the constant warfare in Europe from the end of the Middle Ages and Renaissance, and a number of scholars and legal practitioners trying to identify common legal principles that the different states in Europe, particularly Western Europe, recognized. And so they were trying to find common threads of agreement about legal norms amongst states. So that's really how public international law developed, and it spread around the world with the colonial era. And then as states decolonized, they essentially agreed that they wanted to be part of the club of states, and therefore they would apply the public international law of that club. And that's a very sort of Modo Grosso description of what happened. But the development of international law followed the history of essentially Western Europe and its society, both inside Europe and during the colonial era. And so there were a number of legal principles that developed over the years, starting a number of hundreds of years ago, to decide what state was entitled to what territory, and therefore which boundaries would result. So, for example, 500 years ago, there was a legal principle in international law called discovery. And a state that discovered new territory, empty territory, could claim it for its own. Now, the legal principle was very clear. Its practical application was very difficult because the Europeans went out and, in quotation marks, discovered all sorts of new lands that were new to them, that had people whom they did not recognize to be states, and therefore they considered the area to be empty. And that in itself is obviously a significantly contentious historical event. But nonetheless, the European countries amongst themselves agreed that their mere discovery of these lands would be sufficient to give them in public international law title to the territory. But as history continued to historical events continued, and as more European countries engaged in colonization and discovering for themselves new lands, they had to come up with new rules to deal with how they would allocate the territory that, as between themselves, they thought they had discovered. And I use discovery in quotation marks, of course, because people living there didn't think they were lost in the first place. And there were various rules that were developed and agreed implicitly amongst the European nations as to how they would allocate the territory that they had discovered between themselves. And there were various other sort of rules that allowed a country to get title to territory through conquest, through military conquest. Now, that has not been deemed to be legal since about the Second World War. But it used to be entirely legal for a country to acquire territory through aggressive armed conflict. It's no longer the case. But it used to be perfectly legal. And there are many other forms of development in the law. One of the most important developments in the law was the idea that really was crystallized in a case in the early part of the 20th century, an arbitration called the Island of Palmas case, which ruled that in every boundary dispute or title to territory dispute, there is something called a critical date. It's a very important concept in the international law of title to territory and boundary disputes. And the critical date in international law is the date on which the parties to a dispute over territory or boundary are deemed to have recognized that they had a dispute as between them. You can imagine this happens in everyday life as well. You may have two neighbors, each of which thinks a nice cherry tree that blossoms in the springtime is on their property and belongs to them. And they each think that's a lovely thing until one day they're out both admiring their tree, and one says, "Oh, do you like my tree?" And the other person says, "Oh, well, no, it's my tree." And at that point, they've learned that there's a dispute between themselves. Well, it's a simplistic description, but the same kind of analogy happens between states in relation to territory. Probably much less so in the 21st century, but certainly in the earlier centuries, this was quite frequent. And this is important, the critical date, for a particular reason. I've given a very high level and rapid review of a few of the legal principles applicable to the acquisition of title to territory, the determination of boundaries in international law. But the law is not that complex. Public international law related to title to territory and boundaries is not complex at all. Now, Marcelo and I would be very, very worried in the practicing aspect of our professional lives if that was the end of the story, because then no one would hire us as their lawyers in the International Court of Justice, for example, to sort out their problems. It's not the law that's complex. It's the necessary facts underlying the law that can be complex. And as lawyers, the evidence that's required to establish the facts that are applied to the law that give you the outcome. So if you want to think about it, the legal process, and this is the legal process, not the geographical, human, anthropological, historical. The legal process is What is the law of title to territory in this particular circumstance? It's X. What are the facts needed to establish as between, for example, the two countries claiming title to territory? Well, you need fact 1, fact 2, fact 3. All right. Then how do you establish those facts, either for negotiation purposes or before the International Court of Justice? You need to have evidence, you need to have documents, you need to have photographs, you need to have maps, you need to have all those sorts of things, which are evidence of facts which are applied to the law and give you the legal outcome of the title to territory or the identification of the location of the boundary. So the law in this particular context is not so difficult. The art is determining what are the facts needed to establish the title to territory as opposed to the other claiming state. And what evidence can you provide that will establish the facts that result in the allocation in international law definitively the title between two or more competing states. And it's that collection, management, analysis, presentation of the facts, which is the art of the international lawyer, either in negotiations or in adjudication, arbitration, some form of dispute resolution. That's the art of it. And it's an art, it's not a science. And it's a very complex art. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, cases, for example, in the International Court of Justice between states arguing about which state had title to territory over an island or where the boundary lie, could have a handful of documents establishing 1 or 2 facts. They're very limited. Nowadays, there are tens of thousands of documents that get submitted in these cases. Tens of thousands of documents. The last International Court of Justice case, which is a boundary dispute, I was involved, we got our decision last year. There were thousands and thousands of documents. And managing what I've just described, managing identification of facts, collection, processing, analysis of evidence, managing thousands of evidence, cross-relating them, correlating them, presenting them, that is a very, very complex task. And for that task, we international law practitioners inevitably work with social scientists. We work with human and physical geographers, cartographers, historians, anthropologists, and their input as to the relevant evidence and relevant facts and so on can be absolutely critical and determinative of outcomes. And that's where the concept of the critical date becomes so important. Because in public international law, evidence after a critical date is much less relevant. Why? Because the state already knows it's in a dispute, so the presumption is that it's going to fabricate evidence. Not necessarily in an evil way, but that everything it does will be done with the knowledge that it has a dispute and must prove its outcome. Now, evidence after a dispute arises can be relevant if the state contradicts its position. For example, if the state thinks it has title to territory over an island, but actually it makes a speech at the United Nations saying that it doesn't have territory over the island, then it later claims it back, that can be problematic. But the fact that once a state knows that there is a dispute over an island, that it goes and sets up a lighthouse there, that fact of setting up a lighthouse doesn't increase the evidence of facts of exercise of sovereignty over the territory. And there's a very interesting comparison that we have in this country, and I just read about it in the news today. And that's the construction of settlements Now, without getting into an analysis of the valuations involved in there, it's clear that Israel and whatever the Palestinian Authority or Palestinian people, or however you want to define them, know that they have a dispute about territory, and they have known for a very long time. So the building of settlements would not add to the evidence and facts in support of Israel's claim to that territory. It wouldn't detract from it, but it wouldn't add to it. Not after Israel and the other entity, however you choose to define that entity, realize they have a dispute about that. Right? So it's value neutral as to the outcome of a determination of the dispute over disputed territories. All right. Now, I've said that all without giving any sort of views or opinions about the underlying context. I'm just using that as a relevant local example of how facts after a dispute has crystallized, as I said, don't add to the outcome of the dispute under public international law. So I'm going to finish with just one concept, and that is, where is what is the primary principle applicable in public international law in the 21st century related to title to territory and therefore identification of where boundary is? And it's called effective occupation. Effective occupation. I gave you some snapshots of different applicable principles over the years related to title to territory as the world developed and the states developed. But certainly for some considerable time, arguably at least from the start of the 20th century, the single most applicable legal principle currently in play is called effective occupation. That's how title to territory is determined. Effective occupation essentially is the occupation of territory by a state in a manner that is effective. So the occupation doesn't necessarily mean literally every inch having a citizen of the country standing on it every minute of the time. It means, if you think back to what I said at the very beginning, after the comment about David's tie, it's the exercise of sovereignty by a state. And the amount of exercise of sovereignty by a state, the exercise of jurisdiction within territory, depends on whether it's peripheral territory or core territory. It's all relative. So a far-flung island that's visited by a Coast Guard once every 3 months may have a sufficient exercise of authority by a state to constitute effective occupation, whereas if it was 20 miles from the capital city, and there was only ever any effective governance or regulation of any kind once every 3 months, well, that might be a reason to say that the other state that claims the territory might have a claim to effective occupation. Because what happens is claims to territory are always relative, usually between 2 states, but sometimes more states. And in international law, it's not necessarily the case that there has to be an absolute and outright title to territory. It's just a relative evaluation of which claim is better as between the 2 or more states that are making claim to the territory. So quite often when 2 states are claiming title to territory and they're looking back through the archives to look at the various examples of their exercise of jurisdiction and sovereignty in the area. They may look at colonial records, post-colonial records. They may look at historical archives. They may look at anthropological evidence of movements of peoples or periodic nomadism and so on. They may look at all these sorts of things, and each will present an argument and say, this is why this territory belongs to me, because this is the legal standard, effective occupation. This is what the legal standard was through history. And here's all the facts that sustain our claim to that territory, supported by all this kind of evidence. And the other state will do exactly the same thing. And the trier of fact in a court or tribunal will have to evaluate whose evidence is better, whose facts are more persuasive, which are more recent, all these sorts of things. And what is true for the adjudication process is true also for less formally for negotiation. I've settled more boundary and territorial disputes through being part of negotiating teams for countries than in international courts and tribunals. It's much more frequently done to resolve them in that respect. And you might think, oh, you just get together with another state and it's a power politics, I mean, not military threat, but economic power politics imbalance. No. It always revolves around references to what is the law, what are the facts, what evidence do the states have? It's a negotiation, even if it's face-to-face, but it's not just a power politic imbalance. And I can say in the public domain, for example, I represented and participated in negotiations for Barbados against France in relation to Martinique, Guadeloupe, and their maritime and seabed dispute. We had 4 years with 7 outcomes, perfectly fine. And no stage was there any power imbalance pressure being put. It was all revolving around identifying the law, identifying the facts, identifying the evidence, and having dialogue around them. So I'm going to stop there. Bang on 30 minutes by my watch, notwithstanding IT interference. I think they got upset when I dissed the metaverse, probably. And thank you very much for your time and attention. And now I hand you over to Marcelo.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to join other speakers to thank David and the association for this kind of invitation and the possibility I have to address some views from a legal perspective to this prestigious and interdisciplinary audience. I have to say that David mentioned a special election that occurred last year at the United Nations after the passing of the Brazilian judge of the International Court of Justice. And I have to say that apart the Brazilians, and the P5, there was someone else who was really happy with that David. Because of this outcome, I can be here. The title of my presentation is Territorial Disputes, International Law, and Adjudication, when the 3 stars may be aligned, with question mark or without question mark. I have the intention to address each of these 3 stars briefly. Robert has already developed the star of international law. And I also will try to put together a couple of them, that is to say, territorial disputes and international law, and territorial disputes and adjudication. Territorial disputes are probably as old as the first encounter of 2 different human communities. Human activities displayed in a given area, and despite of the progress of borderless activities, the essential of human life still display in a given area, more or less well defined. The problem, of course, is when the limits of these areas are ill-defined, not defined at all, or when someone is willing to modify them. And this is the situation in which we find territorial disputes. I will mention 7 different types of territorial disputes. I'm sure that we will discuss many of them during these days of the conference, and probably other, but from the legal perspective, I would like to mention 7 of these territorial disputes. The first one I mentioned, when the boundary exists but there is a controversy about its location. This is the first situation. The second one is when there is no boundary at all, and one has to create a new boundary. A third category could be when instead of the need of drawing a line, we have to take a decision about who owns a given specific area. The typical example is the situation of islands. Their decision is who owns this specific area. My contention is that international law addresses all these three types of disputes in the same manner. The fourth and fifth examples of different types of territorial dispute I would like to mention are related to the creation of new states. Because if there is a new state, there are new boundaries. And here, from a legal perspective, you have also two different possibilities. One is when the fundamental principle of international law of the right of peoples to self-determination is applicable, and this is one of the main problems in international law, to determine who is the holder of this right to self-determination, and when, if this case is applicable, the people have the right to decide, together with their neighbors, the extent of this territory. But the fifth category is when a new state is created without the support of international law, and this is the typical situation of secession, that is to say the separation of part of the existing state in order to create a new one, or in order to be incorporated to an existing another one. The sixth category I would like to mention is that of disputes as to the use of shared resources, typically rivers, but not only, aquifers, gas, oil, fisheries. And the seventh one is disputes concerning transboundary environmental harm. That is to say, activities that occur within a given territory of a state, having an adverse effect in the territory of the other. So these are different types of territorial disputes, and a crucial question, obviously, is what are the criteria to be taken in order to find a solution for this kind of conflicts? And we all know that arguments are of different nature. It can be moral arguments, it can be historical, political, religious, matters of security concerns, economic elements, human elements, and I would say last but not least, the law, legal arguments. More than 20 years ago, I wrote an article in response to another article whose title was "International Law is the Best Moral Answer to Territorial Disputes." And after 2 decades, I continue to think the same. So the legal argument is not just one among other that can be taken into account or disregarded. It's not on an equal footing with other arguments, because international law is the only possible common language that exists among nations. The question is how international law governs the acquisition and loss of territorial sovereignty, and Robert has already addressed many of these elements. Of course, I will not repeat this. What I would say is there is no general treaty like we have in different areas, such as, for instance, the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, addressing all or nearly all of the situations concerning the law of the sea. We don't have such a multilateral convention describing what are the manners to settle territorial dispute. But there is a set of customary rules. Most of them have been addressed by Robert. I will not discuss them. I will just probably, because we need to have some versions, otherwise it will be boring. International law today puts more emphasis on the legal holding of territory than effective control or effective occupation. This is the relationship what in international law we call titles and in French effectivité or effectiveness if we prefer. So emphasis is put today, emphasis is put in legal titles instead of effectivité. Also, what is relevant for the settlement of territorial disputes in contemporary international law are the fundamental principles of international law. That is to say, the prohibition of the use of force, the respect for the territorial integrity of states, the right of peoples to self-determination, and the obligation to settle international disputes through peaceful means. As Robert also said, international law favors stability. With regard to borders, there is a rule that has been acknowledged by the International Court of Justice in many cases, which is the principle of stability and finality of boundaries. That is to say, if two states have agreed on the existence of a boundary, the idea is to have a permanent boundary. The idea is that not to challenge it at any time. Of course, it can be modified, but only with the agreement of the same states. That's what I mentioned. Does it mean that international law offers all solutions to border and territorial disputes? The answer to this is no. It is not possible because when there are no boundaries at all, when the situation is entirely new, think about the creation of India and Pakistan as two separate states. So where the boundary lies between these two new states, it's not a matter that could be answered at that time by the international law. Sometimes I have to say, since I'm speaking about the creation of new states, international law does provide for a given rule in this situation, and this is the rule that is known as uti possidetis juris, which was elaborated in Latin America at the time of the decolonization from Spain, and later on, 1 century and a half later, it was also applied in the African continent. I turn to the other stuff, which is adjudication. That is to say, to submit a dispute to arbitration or to judicial settlement, typically the International Court of Justice. This is an alternative to the direct settlement of the dispute by the parties concerned. And here, obviously, I have to say, in order to settle a territorial dispute through adjudication, you need an agreement. You also need an agreement if you settle the dispute through direct negotiations. In both cases, you need an agreement. In one case, you decide, the two parties decide on the merits of the case, but in the other case, they just decide how to settle the dispute, that is to say, using adjudication, that is to say, arbitration of the ICJ. But adjudication, as I said, depends on consent. And there are different manners, of course, to give this kind of consent before the ICJ. There is the possibility of unilateral declarations by which a given state recognizes the jurisdiction of the court only with regard to those other states having made exactly the same declaration. The problem with this is that many of these declarations contain reservations, and in particular, with regard to the question of border or territorial disputes. Not all of them, but most of them. The other possibility is in some compromissory clauses that you find in multilateral treaties or even bilateral treaties for the settlement of international disputes. And in Latin America, there is one such a treaty, the Pact of Bogotá, which has been used for different cases that came to the International Court of Justice. And of course, the third possibility is when two states having a territorial dispute, they agree to a special agreement to submit this specific question to the International Court of Justice. Adjudication has advantages and drawbacks. And the paradox is that I can say that the advantage is at the same time the inconvenience of this kind of settlement, because the parties to the dispute put this dispute in the hands of a third person or organ. That is to say, they lost control about the outcome of the settlement. This can be, as I said, an advantage and also an inconvenience. And the question is, when it is useful to resort to adjudication. And I would like to recall what someone who was a great specialist in international law and this kind of disputes, and also someone who appeared many times before the ICJ, Sir Eilat, and he said, avoid litigation if possible. But sometimes it is not possible to avoid litigation. And when it is worth going to the ICJ or to an arbitral tribunal. The first situation I would say is when there is nothing to lose. Or if you want to put it otherwise, when you will be at least in the equal situation or better off, no matter what the outcome of the case will be before the ICJ or before an arbitral tribunal. There are many examples of that, and these cases obviously come to the court, in particular when the state, having a difficult situation with its neighbor, decide to go to the International Court of Justice. Just to mention some of the cases in which I was involved, many Costa Rica versus Nicaragua cases came to the ICJ because of this. So Costa Rica considered that given the actions of Nicaragua, no matter the outcome of the decision of the court, it would be better off. The second possibility is when a state or a government considers that the political objective can be achieved even if losing the case. I will give you one example. The Libya-Chad case, that was the time of Colonel Gaddafi, who occupied the northern part of Chad. It was an effective control, and it could have remained probably for years. Obviously, Chad didn't have any possibility to expel the Libyans from this territory. But you may remember, those of you who are not so young, that at that time, this was a case that came to the ICJ, beginning of the 90s. Gaddafi was isolated at the international level. He wanted to present himself as someone respected international law, etc., etc. And then probably he didn't know how to get rid of this occupation, and he accepted to go to the ICJ, even knowing that he doesn't have any legal argument to be defended. Third possibility, even if the government is not willing to go to the ICJ, there are some political factors that may oblige this government to go and to litigate. The fourth possibility is when two governments are not willing to make concessions and they consider that keeping a dispute alive is detrimental to the international relations of the relevant states. So this is also the situation in which the governments consider that it is worth going to the International Court of Justice. And then there is also a problem with the public opinions of the different states. Even if the governments may agree on a kind of settlement, they may fear the reactions of the public opinion on the position of the opposition, and then instead of appearing as having made concessions, they put the matter on a third person or organ, and then they don't face with regard to their public opinions. I would like to mention in this regard the decision to go to the ICJ, a very nice recent example. It was the first time that two states having the territorial and maritime disputes, before going to the ICJ, conducted a referendum in both states in order to let the people decide whether the case would be submitted to the ICJ or not. And this was the case of the dispute between Guatemala and Belize. So there were two referenda, one in each country, and both peoples accepted the fact that these disputes should be submitted to the ICJ. Are there alternatives to adjudication, including third-party participation? That is to say, instead of going to the ICJ or instead of going to an arbitral tribunal, are there other alternatives, apart obviously the direct negotiation between the parties? There is one which has been recently used, and it is the request of advisory opinions to the International Court of Justice. The example I'm thinking about is the separation of the Chagos Archipelago by the United Kingdom from Mauritius in 1965. So Mauritius was trying to obtain the restitution of the Chagos Archipelago through different means. Negotiations, the UK said no. Mauritius was ready to go to the ICJ because both Mauritius and the UK had made the declaration of acceptance to the International Court of Justice I mentioned a moment ago. But suddenly the British government modified its reservation and it excluded from the acceptance of the jurisdiction of the court disputes with former members of the Commonwealth, because there was a reservation according to which if there is a dispute between two members of the Commonwealth, this would not be settled by the ICJ. Mauritius decided to withdraw from the Commonwealth in order to go to the ICJ, but the British government, clever, modified the declaration and said, and also with former members of the Commonwealth. So Mauritius was still thinking about how to deal with the matter. Both parties both states are parties to the UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and instituted arbitration proceedings with regard to the Chagos Marine Protected Area, with the idea of having the tribunal discussing also the territorial sovereignty issue, but the majority of the tribunal considered that it could only deal with matters covered by UNCLOS, that is to say maritime questions and not territorial sovereignty. And it was after all these attempts that Mauritius obtained a resolution from the General Assembly requesting the ICJ to render an advisory opinion in the context of decolonization, and the court, in a very favorable way to Mauritius, considered that the presence of the United Kingdom in the Chagos Archipelago is illegal, and the British government must put an end to this illegal situation. There is another example which is interesting, is conciliation, which is not a well-known procedure. It's a procedure similar to arbitration, but the outcome by the Conciliation Commission is not binding, and this is the difference. And this is what Timor-Leste did with regard to Australia, with regard to the Maritime Commission. And since we are here in Eilat, and Taba is not far from here, there was an arbitration, as most of you, all of you probably know, between Egypt and Israel. That was the first time that both Egypt and Israel decided to submit a territorial boundary dispute through adjudication. And there was also the idea to settle the dispute through conciliation, but it didn't work. And finally, the arbitral tribunal decided that Taba is part of Egypt. So to conclude, in order to give you the possibility to raise questions to us, I believe, I strongly believe that there are two of these stars that must always be aligned: territorial disputes and international law. Territorial disputes and adjudication, as you can imagine, it's not always possible. So, as I mentioned, it may depend on the consent of the parties concerned, or also, if you consider that advisory opinions are a quasi-adjudication, as I mentioned, it depends on the will of the majority of the General Assembly. In matters that regard territories for which there is a special international concern, that is to say non-self-governing territories, as it was the case of Mauritius, or former mandates, or former trust territories. I always like to finish with an optimistic approach to things. And if you look at the 15 or 16 territorial disputes that came to the ICJ, practically all of them have been settled. That is to say, the decision of the ICJ have entirely been respected in contentious cases. Yeah? In arbitration, the situation is a little bit different. In general, it is. Decisions are respected, but there were some situations in which the arbitral award was challenged. I don't have time to refer to this. So, to finish, I hope that I gave you some insights in order for you to better find the star of international law in the sky of territorial disputes. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, we have 10 minutes, and probably depending on how long the answers are, would you like to take three questions or three questions together? Well, let's see how they go together. Anne, please, number one.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your fabulous presentation, both. I have a slightly sided question. You touched external boundaries of the state, and I would like to ask you about the mix between public and private law and what takes, and how you deal with things like land grabbing and enclaves. How do you deal with the notion of sovereignty when international corporations and private entities start to dig out little bits and pieces of territory, and this territory is no longer accountable for the people who live on the land, like in the case of land grabbing for crops or for mining or for concessions. So how do you, from the point of view of international law, deal with these side effects of private law, like when when the states sign contracts with private companies and whole patches and whole stretches of land are handed over in this case.
I think an hour each, you should be able to answer that one.
Very quickly, this great question raises what Marcelo identified as a difference of views between us about effective occupation, but it's not really a difference of opinion, because the effective part of effective occupation has to be, it's under legal title, so that the effectiveness ties to the legal title. We're actually in agreement. But the reason this is relevant to your question is, in international law, with some exceptions, which we don't need to get into here, states are monoliths. They're single entities within their boundaries. If that single entity chooses in its own internal laws to allocate territory to anybody, that's its business, and public international law does not have a say. Now, there's some exceptions for things like possibly human rights, possibly indigenous rights, and so on. But that's the basic proposition from which you work. And there are examples of states that have given away parts of their territory to other states, for example, Hong Kong, Macau, and so on. So giving it to a private entity as opposed to another state is not illegal in international law per se. That's my sense.
If I understand well the question, so it is quite clear that here we are not in a situation of cession of territorial sovereignty. So the private companies that you refer exploiting natural resources, and these have consequences with regard to the population living in these areas, with regard to the environment, and so on and so forth. And for this, well, there are rules of international law with regard to the protection of human rights, with regard to the protection of the environment. And also there are means of adjudication in some cases, because these are the cases of investment arbitration, for instance. Here, because the exchange that you have one exchange, but you have many arbitral tribunals and invest in arbitration. And it all depends on the composition of the arbitral tribunals that you will have decisions more favorable to the very idea of protection of human rights for the environment than for an investment, or I would say, fortunately, that's best.
William Sullivan.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask two questions, one for the first speaker, about the colonization of Africa and the treaties that were signed. Could you expatiate more? Then for the second speaker, I didn't hear you mention about ICJ judgment on Bakassi Peninsula, because Nigeria lost the territories. Instead of negotiation, they went for adjudication. So were you part of the process? And we also discovered that the peace agreement is not sustainable as of now, as it is. Thank you.
Yeah, you referred to the Bakassi Peninsula. That was indeed was an entire dispute about the whole boundary between Cameroon and Nigeria. Are you from Nigeria? Yes. And the court decided in favor of Cameroon, I have to say. The problem was that there were about 100,000 Nigerians living in the Bakassi Peninsula. Yes. And the question would refer how these people came there. That's another story. They have comparisons with others. But this is precisely an example of what I said. So the court put emphasis on who has title to the Bakassi Peninsula, Nigeria or Cameroon. was more effective in considering that it was right. And so it doesn't mean that the international law of the ICJ doesn't care about the population living in the territory, because there was a commitment by Cameroon before the ICJ said with regard to the treatment granted to the population of Nigeria, to the respect for vested rights, etc., etc., etc. It was difficult to implement, yes. But still, so there was a need of UN involvement for the execution of the judgment. And I believe that on the whole, this is a good example that at the end of the day, international law prevails. Probably to disagree with me. If you have been judged, that's what it against. That's it.
Thank you. But just very quickly, as a practicing public international lawyer, when I read the pleadings and so on of that case, it was a classic example of poor lawyering. It was a bunch of law professors who don't know how to plead. So they didn't communicate effectively to the International Court of Justice. Cameroon essentially wanted the offshore oil, so it wanted a better oil delimitation. Right? Nigeria more wanted the Bakassi Peninsula, and somehow you read their pleadings, they did not communicate that effectively. Neither set of lawyers communicated that effectively to the International Court of Justice. Because the reality is the International Court of Justice, we all venerate it, but it's not international. It's not actually a court, and it doesn't dispense justice. It's a fantastic tool. It's a fantastic tool devised by the international community. As Marcelo said, he didn't say this, but as Marcelo said, to allow states to have very difficult political disputes resolved in ways that they don't have to do directly themselves between the states. So it's a great political tool, but you need to communicate effectively as advocates to it. And the Nigerian team, with all respect, didn't, the Cameroon didn't. And so the court gave the wrong thing. You're nodding, you agree. So in terms of the gentleman's question to me, oh, yes, you asked. About Africa, pre-colonial treaties and so on. The truth is that there were the European powers, I'll call them, who were colonized most of Africa, and between themselves over 100, 150 years, they came up with various treaties and boundary arbitrations dealing with the territory that belonged to the people living there. And some of the outcomes we all know is that they're boundary lines driven, splitting peoples, cultures, religions. You know better than us, ecosystems, economic trading systems. It was a terrible thing in that respect. How this affects the modern situation of title territory in Africa is twofold. As Marcelo quite rightly said, there is an anathema in international law to undo boundary agreements and boundary cases because of the instability this causes. And this seems generally to have applied in international law to pre-independence type agreements. Secondly, in Africa, the African Union itself expressly endorsed the Organization of African Unity, as it then was, specifically endorsed the principle that Marcelo very eloquently explained of uti possidetis, which developed in Latin America, that essentially means that the post-colonial entity gets the boundaries it had when it was a colony in the colonial structure. And it results in some gross unfairness and inequities and terrible outcomes sometimes. But that's my view on that. I don't know if you have a...
I disagree with one aspect. I still believe that the International Court of Justice is international. It's a court of justice. But I'm not naive. And I am perfectly aware, of course, that judges are subject to political pressure. Because at the end of the day, the court is composed by 15 human beings coming from 15 different countries, sometimes former diplomats, sometimes not. They have their own ideas about international law, but I still believe that the ICJ fulfills its function as an independent judicial body. Sometimes it's in a better manner than in other, but I still believe there is a matter of
We only have time for one more question. I'm sure around lunch you'll be happy to continue discussion. From Asia, Sanjay Chaturvedi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I'm loud enough to be heard. My question relates to the edges and interfaces, and particularly the concept of effective occupation. If I were to imagine a case between boundless nature, and my example here is of Antarctica, and a territorialized humanity, how are we going to establish effective occupation in a polar environment, nature, boundless nature, like Antarctica? 80% of world's fresh water, and we know there are competing claims legally frozen in Article 4 of the Antarctic Treaty. So my question is that have we reached the limits of international law on the edges in the era of Anthropocene? And if that is so, is there anything in international law which would allow us to metamorphose territoriality into trusteeship? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your question. Indeed, Antarctica is a continent. Antarctica is land. There are ice sheets, of course, but it's land. So it's different from the Arctic. And both the Arctic and the Antarctica have two different regimes. But I would say that fortunately, there is the Treaty of Antarctica, the Treaty of Washington, that, I don't think to say so, it's very appropriate, frees territorial claims. Antarctica is very appropriate, frees. So there are 7 states claiming territorial sovereignty, but since 1959, if I'm not mistaken, this treaty has functioned. Today, Antarctica has a very specific regime in which any country of the world willing to go and to just produce scientific research is able to do it. There is no possibility to exploit the natural resources in Antarctica. So I believe that this system is functioning. And at least if you have something that functions at international level, better not to touch it. I mean, it's functioning well. So thinking about putting Antarctica under trusteeship, for instance, would be so complicated. So let's the Treaty of Antarctica functioning. That's my answer.
I would agree that there's a system and international law is functioning there, as Marcelo has described. If I take your question as perhaps being informed by a wish to have Antarctica somehow preserved or managed either for environmental protection or for the greater good of every human being and that sort of thing, then I would still echo what Marcelo says in the sense that public international law has the tools to do that if the international community wishes to do so. So if you look at the law, the Sea Convention, for example, the global community created something called the area, which is an area of the seabed that lies beyond national jurisdiction. It's in fact the greater part of the seabed. And without getting into details of it, it's supposed to be managed on behalf of humanity by the United Nations and the UN body, and all states are able to participate in its exploration and exploitation, and a certain percentage of revenues generated from that eventually are supposed to go back to this UN body. So the United Nations, the Public International has the tools to do the sort of things you would want. What is required is the political will of the countries involved. Because not just the 7 countries there, but all the countries of the world could establish the sort of regime that you're envisaging. Public International has the tools, but it's a question of the political. Just like environmental protection. We're going to next have, was it COP29 or something? We just had COP28 in Cairo, whatever. And every time, there's a great deal of carbon expended by all these NGOs going and saying you shouldn't expend carbon, okay? But then they're struggling towards reaching agreement on this and that and the other thing. But if Marcelo and I were so minded, and if we were instructed by 50% of the world's states each, he's a rational, reasonable person. I would agree with him in about 30 minutes we could draft this treaty that would be required to resolve these problems, and all of the states would bind us on. The reason there is no outcomes to the COPs that are any use at the moment is that it's part of a political process, which may go on for a very long time. The states don't want to do it. And the reason they're meeting at the COP is political, because they want to show their peoples that they're doing something, but they know that actually, from all the opinion polls, their peoples don't want them to do anything that will reduce their financial well-being by, I think this polls show most people in most countries would accept 2 to 3% drop in their incomes, right? So the governments are doing what they know the people really want, and virtue posing so that their populations think they're doing something. They were up all night trying to get an agreement. So you could do this for Antarctica very quickly, and there are examples of not just the area, but also there's examples of UN trust territories in the past and mandates that's slightly different. So what's really interesting is not just in relation to Antarctica, but take your question. What about the moon? There's a moon treaty. What about outer space? What about Mars? And Elon Musk famously said, and I'm paraphrasing sometime, when they were asking him about what sort of systems will there be in Mars, etc. He said, well, the people who first get there and set up the colonies will decide everything. Okay.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much to our 2 speakers. We'll be around during lunch and the rest of the day, and Marcelo for the rest of the week as well. So I'm sure, I don't know if they'll be happy to, but you can grab hold of them and ask your questions. And thank you very much. I must hold you for another 2 minutes for a number of housekeeping issues to do with I was going to say to do with the conflict, I'm at the conference. And that is as follows. First of all, we go to lunch. I've every day allocated a large space for lunch for 2 reasons. One, because it allows the plenaries to go 10 minutes or so over time, which other chair people are asked not to do in their own parallel sessions. And also because without having to register up front, we would like, if possible, to split the lunch over 2 sittings. So, those of you who are not in a hurry or are not starving yet, if you don't mind holding back for about half an hour or 40 minutes, and the food will all be brought out on 2 occasions, one right now and one in about 40 minutes. Is that right, Kivitz? And there's plenty of places to sit around. I suggest, though, the preference for the first sitting goes to people who are going to appear in the sessions immediately after the lunch break. That's number 1. If there are any of you who haven't signed up for the field trips, please do so immediately as you leave the auditorium. As some of you know, number 3 has had to be cancelled, unfortunately, because Chaim Cerebro, who was involved in the negotiations over these borders, has gone down with COVID. And what I would say is that number 1 and 2 are very similar field trips. They're just going in opposite directions so that we don't have too many people in one go. There are going to be more people now because of what's happened. And if we have another solution to the absence of a full field trip, we'll let you know. The third, or what is now number 4, is quite a different type of field trip, quite unique. And it's for those people who are particularly interested in looking at the cross-border management cooperation, particularly on environmental and climate issues between Israel and Jordan, under situations of what I would say is peace, but a cold peace, sometimes conflict, so it's very interesting for those who are focused on the environmental and climatic aspects. All 3 field trips will be visiting at least one of the boundary crossings between either Israel, Egypt, or Israel, Jordan, receiving and getting a very good in by the people who run the place as to what goes on there and how it operates. Okay, I think the shuttles worked okay this morning. We'll carry on pretty much picking up at those 3 hotels, 4 hotels, but on the other days at 8:30 instead of 8 o'clock because you're all registered. Tomorrow's a long day because we've got the dinner, a very nice dinner, I think, at the end of the day, but it will be here on site. So it will sort of just be a short break between the last sessions and the dinner. And so be prepared for a long day and so on. On Thursday, we'll get to Thursday, we're going to have a big photo, but we'll get to that another day. I'm sure there must be some budding pianists here, but you probably notice the piano in the lobby. You're welcome, like they do at St. Pancras Station. Go and play away, please do. There are a number of people who, because they registered late, still have to pay a registration fee, either for the conference or some for the West Bank field trip. Can you please identify yourselves and do that directly with Eilat? As of now, is the art exhibition already out there, Eilat?
No, it should be ready after 7 o'clock. They are starting to work on it.
So it'll be ready tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, tomorrow there'll be a very interesting art exhibition here by a local artist who is actually both blind and autistic, but has received international reputation, has even presented for the UN, and this is the first time he's presenting his new exhibition. On Thursday, there'll also be a map exhibition for those who are interested. Towards the end of the conference, we will send a full list of participants and their emails. If there is anyone who does not want their email address to be sent out publicly and has not yet told me, please let me know so that we don't add that email. And that's pretty much for now. So go and enjoy lunch and try and split up in harmony between 2 sittings. And the next session is at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear? Hello, can you hear? Can you hear us?
שלום, שלום.
שומע, נכון?
כן, שומע היטב, למרות שאני חירש. כן.
תודה רבה, רק בדקנו.
רגע, אתה מקסים אולי?
אני מקסים.
וואי, מקסים, תודה, נעים מאוד.
נעים מאוד.
יש אפשרות לראות את הקהל? לא, רק מצלמה.
רק את הפרונט.
הבנתי, אוקיי, טוב. שאם יש שאלות, פשוט אני אצטרך עזרה אולי, כי אני חירש מצד שמאל. אבל בזום אני שומע יותר טוב מאשר באולי. טוב. תודה רבה, מקסים, על הכל.
I'm going to come back in. So I'm sorry I had to put this session in such a big room. It's one of the two rooms they can do a virtual thing. Sorry? So I'm sorry I had to put in the big auditorium. It's one of the two rooms we can do virtual, and Aria Kachowicz is coming on from Washington. Oh, okay. And he's helped me a lot. It's Kachowicz. I've known him so many years. Yeah, and I think of the Hebrew spelling now.
He'll come, but he'll be virtual.
Hello, I'm Shlomo. Nice to meet you. You're a sensation. How are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see you, indeed.
If you need to use the microphone, there's a mute. When I slide it up, it's much like okay. Because I realize that we do not hear properly. So yeah. So when you finish to speak, just put it on mute. Okay, and follow the even when we stand, we have to. Probably. Yeah, let me check. No, it's better with this because it will make the loop sound.
Shalom, Ari.
So I'm suggesting, because we have different parts of the world, that each person will have questions after each talk. So talks of about 20 minutes or a few minutes more, I'll signal at 20 minutes. And then that will allow a few minutes after each presentation for questions. Sound okay? Good. And one of our last presenter is virtual. He's coming from Washington, D.C. Yeah, Katowice.
So then we can.
I have to put my paper just a second.
So it's pretty.
I'd like to clarify that when I talk about border, I have in mind three different meanings. One is the border as a legal line that demarcates the limits of sovereignty, people, and territoriality. The second, the border is a set of cultural and social relations across the two sides of the borders, these are the borderlands. And the third one, the border as network associated with economic flows, geopolitical relations, communications, political exchange across borders. So I relate to the three meanings of the border in my presentation. And I would like to begin with an historical account telling you that the Middle East borders have gone through three different orders. The Ottoman order at the beginning of the 20th century, which lasted about 500 years, and then the colonial order, and finally the national order. And what we see here that many of the current borders in the Middle East were shaped by the colonial powers. And obviously many of the conflicts that we have in the Middle East and the internal instability in the Middle East is associated with the colonial division of the Middle East. Looking at the border as a line, as a legal line, and we had two wonderful presentation this morning about the legal line. So there are three different perspectives of the border as a legal line in the Middle East. One perspective of Louise Hussein, she said that despite of recent upheavals in the Middle East, it is likely that the Middle East system of state and borders will remain largely intact. So in other words, we are talking here about stable borders, in spite of the changes. The second perspective is fragmented system. It is Russell Salou who talked about the archipelago of clientelist interests organized around largely identity-based loyalties. So there is internal fragmentation within the state, and the idea of sovereignty as a stable issue seems unlikely by Russell Salou. And the final perspective is advanced by Rafael de Sato, and she distinguished between the sovereignty as an international system and sovereignty as a domestic system. And she said that although the regional system, the international system is stable, the domestic system is quite problematic. So in other words, it seems increasingly imperative to consider the concept of Spanish state as a shell, and within which there are many practical components that diffuse this model of stable sovereignty. So with this in mind, we can proceed to the border as a set of relations. And when we look at the border as a set of relations, obviously we start with contested borders. Many borders in the Middle East are disputed and have been the subject of ongoing conflict, such as the borders between Israel and Palestine, Iraq and Kuwait, Iran and Iraq, Syria and Turkey, and Saudi Arabia and Yemen. And within this large group of contested borders, we have a specific group of internal borders, and these are the borders between state and non-state actors. And this is the situation in Syria following the civil war, in Yemen, in Libya, in North Iraq. We have the autonomous Kurdish region over there. So we have internal divisions within the states themselves. And how long it's going to last, we don't know. But this category of disputed borders does not exist the variety of borders that we have in the Middle East. Some of these borders, for example, the disputed border between Israel and Palestine, part of it is a closed border, like the border between Israel and Gaza. And part of it is controlled and restricted border, like the border between Israel and the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, because we see the movement of people, labor movement in the area. We see the movement of goods and finance. So, according to these examples, we have other cases of closed and controlled borders in the Middle East. We have the borders between Israel and Syria and Lebanon. We have the border between Turkey and Syria, between Yemen and Saudi Arabia. And we have some controlled borders in other parts of the world, like the border between Iran and Iraq, Turkey and Syria, part of it, Jordan and Syria. But besides those categories of borders, disputed, closed, and controlled, we have also some open and cooperative borders. There are a few examples of such borders in the Middle East, like the border between Oman and the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain and Qatar, Jordan and Iraq. So when we look at the borders in the Middle East, yes, there are contested borders, but there are also other types of borders in the area. And the question I would like to address now is, what are the factors, what are the forces that shape the border in the Middle East? I was inspired by Emmanuel's theorization of border. Emmanuel was looking at the different policies made at different levels of government, market forces, cultural issues, and the political cloud of different groups. And inspired by this diagram, I developed the following theorization, which relates to different geopolitical levels. So in my view, in order to understand the borders in the Middle East, we have to look at the global level, the regional level, the state level, and also at the sub-state level. And within each of these categories, we have forces that shape the borders in the world and in the Middle East in particular. For example, at the global level, it is the rivalry. At the superpower levels, the process of globalization, the development of technology, and climate change. At the regional level, it's the regional rivalry, I'll talk more about it, the regional cooperation in the area, the supranational identities that emerge in the region. In the past, it was Pan-Arabism. In the recent past, it was Pan-Islamism. This is the area of oil and gas, and climate change and conflict and cooperation in the area. In the state level, a lot has to do with the leadership and policy, with political instability associated with legitimacy of the state authority, economic hardship and protest, social and cultural splits, security and terror threats, and national identity. And at the sub-state level, we have to look at ethnic, religious, and tribal communities like the Kurds, like the Palestinians, non-state actors like ISIS, Hezbollah, and Shiite militias, and the political cloud. So we have 4 distinct forces that shape the Middle East. I would like to give some few examples of the different forces. Here we see the superpowers and their involvement in the Middle East. We see the United States, and we realize that the United States still has many bases in the Middle East. We see Russia influence in the Middle East in terms of supplying weapons, but also in supplying electricity and nuclear facilities. And we see the Belt and Road Initiative in China, in which the Middle East plays an important part. And the question is, how will the superpowers influence interstate and regional relations and affect the borders while competing with each other? And obviously, they have influence on the borders in this area. Also, at the global level, it's the economic relations. We can see the dramatic change between 1980 and 2018. In the past, the major partner of the Middle East and the rest of the world was the United States, and today it's China. And the Middle East is moving in this direction. And according to recent data, we see that the commerce of our world with China has increased almost 10 times. It was $36.7 billion in 2004, and today it's $330 billion in 2022. So there is a dramatic change, and China is today the major economic partner. And finally, climate change. We see that the rate of warming of the Middle East is twice as high as the global average. and areas in the Middle East that become uninhabitable due to desertification and population displacement. And we see also conflicts over water resources, and this could change the borders in the Middle East. So this is so much for the global level. I will move now to the regional level. What we see at the regional level, that the East is moving west, and the United States pivots to Asia, and the Middle East countries develop hedging policies that are trying to navigate between the two camps, between the East and the West, and diversify their networks and create regional border flows. So in a way, we are in a very interesting situation in the life of the Middle East, where the Middle East is trying not to choose sides and develop its own independency. But the question is whether it's going to work given the accelerating conflict between the two superpowers. And Iran is tightening its ties with China and Russia. Israel has a lot of pressure to sever its ties with China, especially when it comes to the issue of technology. And yet Israel is trying to maintain its contacts with China and even to coordinate its relation with Russia. When we look into the Middle East, we can see that we have four major camps here that collide with each other and at the same time cooperate to a certain extent with each other. We have Turkey and the Muslim Brotherhood, we have Iran and its proxies, we have the Gulf states with the support of other Arab countries, and we have Israel with the American support. And the relations are moving from tense relation to cooperative relation, perhaps with one exception, the deteriorating relations between Israel and Iran and the intensified conflict between the two. And the regional struggle in the Middle East between Iran, Turkey, the Gulf states, and Israel could shape the future borders of the area through conflicts and cooperation, and we have to take the two into account when we think about the future borders of the Middle East. When we look at Iran and Turkey, we realize that they extended their influence over other countries. We can see the Iran having its proxies in Yemen, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, and even in the Gaza Strip. And we can see Turkey having its own forces in Libya, in Central Africa, in the whole of Africa, in part of the Caucasus, in Iraq. So we have here a very interesting situation where the two countries underline the sovereignty of other countries in the Middle East. So we may talk about the border as a legal line, but within this line there are many changes that are initiated by the regional forces of Turkey and Iran. When we move to the state level, we can see that people in the Middle East are bothered especially by the economic conditions and corruption and the instability. And this could lead to protests and undermine sovereignty in the area. So I'm not talking about return to the Arab Spring of 2011, but protests may break down, and we saw some of these protests in Lebanon, in Iraq, and today in Iran. And when we look at the issue of trust, it is important to realize that there is a relatively high level of satisfaction with government performance in most of the Arab countries, but low level of trust. And this could undermine sovereignty in the area. And finally, at the sub-state level, we can see that there are social, ethnic, tribal, and religious conflicts that lead to internal splits and territorial disintegration and state non-state borders. And we had a very interesting presentation of Daniel Mayer, who talked about abject spaces, about refugee camps. But this is not the only enclaves that we have in the Middle East. We have other autonomous regions in northern Syria, in northern Iraq, in Idlib, and even in the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon. And we have to take these issues into consideration, not to talk about Libya. So when we look at the different driving forces that I described, and we think about the future borders of the Middle East, we have to realize that they are not working in isolation. There is a lot of interrelationship between the different forces that shape the Middle East. And when we try to develop the scenarios, we have to look at a combined effect of the global order, the regional order, the state order, and the sub-state order. And this is the first scenario that I would like to present. This is a geopolitical scenario that at the global level is a great power rivalry, and within the Middle East is a situation of anarchy. And this would lead to the continuity of the situation of contested borders. We can see that right now the superpowers are not so strong, and the geopolitical global relations are moving towards the conflict. Globalization is slowing. In terms of climate change, we are nearing a crisis. The geopolitical regional relations are moving towards conflict. Political stability is not high, but it's not very low. Economic growth does exist in the area, and internal social stability is nearing low. So this is the situation of the current borders and the current geopolitical relations. But there is the possibility that we will move to the new Cold War, and the conflict between the superpowers will intensify, the superpowers will increase their power, and they will have in the Middle East spheres of influence. We already noticed that we have a lot of pressure on countries in the Middle East not to cooperate with the other side. Iran is obviously on the Russian and Chinese side, but today we have a lot of pressure from the United States on Israel, on the Gulf states to be on their side. So this could lead to regional border blocks, and we see the beginning of this regional border blocks with regional trade blocks like the I2U2, Israel, India, United States, United Arab Emirates. So we are moving in this direction of regional border blocks in the Middle East. The third possibility is the possibility of multipolar world at the global level and Islamic poles headed by Iran and Turkey and perhaps the Gulf states in the Middle East. And this could lead to shifting borders in the area, including the borders in Syria, the borders in Iraq, and even the borders between Israel and Palestine. And finally, we have the balance of power at the global level and regional cooperation at the regional level, and this could lead to negotiated borders. And I found these four scenarios very relevant to the Israeli-Palestinian question as well. When we look at we can summarize, by the way, all these factors, all these drivers in two major axes. Geopolitical relations, which move from conflict to cooperation, and the superpowers influence, which moves from weak to strong, from strengthened to eroded. And we can see the four scenarios in these four quartiles. At the lower left, we see the great power competition, eroded sovereignty, and contested borders. In the upper left, the new Cold War, spheres of influence, and regional border blocks. At the lower right, we see the multiple polar world with reduced sovereignty and shifting borders. And the upper right, the balance of power, regaining sovereignty and negotiated borders. And this is how it may relate to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I'm using the same axis and the same terminology. And right now, if you ask me about the current situation, we are very close to the situation of a great power competition, eroded sovereignty, contested borders, and in the Israeli-Palestinian cases is reflected in blurred borders and conflict transformation. And this conflict transformation may lead us either to one binational state or an apartheid state. But we are moving in this direction. And the other possibility, which has some probability, is that we will move to the situation, to the scenario of the new Cold War with spheres of influence and regional border blocks. And then Israel will have a lot of pressure coming from the United States and from its partners in this bloc, and it will move to defensible borders, and there will be conflict mitigation. And the third scenario, once we have, geopolitical cooperation without much influence of the superpowers, will have interim borders. But the final scenario, the fourth one, of 67 borders, which has to do a lot with negotiated borders, at the minute seems to be a faraway scenario. I devoted 30 years of my life to work on this issue of a two-state solution. And I work with Palestinians at different levels of government in the Palestinian Authority. But today, when I reflect on the work that we have done in the last 30 years, we see that we are not there yet. It will take a long time to get there. So my idea is there in the 67 borders. The reality right now is the blurred borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have for those who came in late, we said we would have a few questions after each of the talks because they're dealing with different parts of the world. So we've got a few minutes. Any questions for Professor Song? Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You gave a very good overview of regional rivalry in the Middle East region. Turkey has pursued an aggressive foreign policy in order to increase its regional power, and Iran is increasing its regional power through Shia groups and Hezbollah. I'm wondering how Saudi Arabia fits into this picture.
How Iran and the Hezbollah come into the picture?
So Saudi Arabia.
And Saudi Arabia, how Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is a very important actor in the politics of the Middle East. And if it comes to the picture, it would affect the situation of Israel. It would improve significantly the position of Israel in the area. But I'm a little bit skeptical about the impact on the Palestinians, and I'll share with you why. When we signed the Abraham Accords with Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates and Morocco, I turned to the Palestinians. I'm working with the Palestinians, as I said, for a long time. And I suggested that we turn to the Gulf states and ask their support in order to promote, a negotiated peace agreement. And the response that I received from the Palestinians was negative. They looked at the accords, the Abraham Accord, as an act of treason by the Arab countries. And if Saudi Arabia would sign an agreement with Israel, again, it would be interpreted by the Palestinians as a sign of treason. So we have to calculate ourselves today. I think that we have to work with the Palestinians in a way that would show them the benefits of working with these countries. And it won't be through the political sphere, but maybe through the economic sphere. The Palestinians are very much concerned about the issue of survival right now. So if Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states would join us in improving the life of the Palestinians, improve the economic conditions, bring more stability in the area, this would be a very important step. But I don't see a direct breakthrough that would lead us to negotiated peace once Saudi Arabia joins the camp and sign an agreement with Israel.
One more question, yes.
I think I have, you need to give more explanation on blood borders and interim borders. Well, I think the School of Conflict Management came before conflict transformation. Conflict transformation is that of Paul Lederach and some other scholars. So what we should have with blood borders is conflict management. With interim borders, we should have transformation going on. Transformation could either be positive or negative. That's just my suggestion.
I think that the government of Israel will agree with you. For many years, they are trying this strategy of conflict management. But they are trying it in a very negative way, in a way that affects the Palestinians in a negative way. I think that if we think seriously about the conflict management, we have to do some concessions, territorial concessions, and to give the Palestinian Authority more authority and more space. This will be a real and significant step towards the process of conflict management. Unfortunately, until now, we haven't done it. But maybe with the power shift, which is part of this scenario, and maybe with the support, if we have a sort of an agreement, or with Turkey and with Iran, okay, and we have their support for such a step, maybe we'll have a process of conflict management that would serve as an interim station on the way to negotiate things between the two parties. But I agree with you that we have to think about the idea of conflict management. We have been trying to do it in a long time. It didn't work so far.
Right. Thank you very much. I think we better move on to our next speaker. Thank you. So our next speaker is Adriana Dorfman from the Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. She's also the co-chair of the IGU, the International Geographical Union Commission on Political Geography. Her talk is going to be on South American borders and frontiers as common resources, although with a slight adjustment in wording, I think.
So thank you so much. Well, good afternoon to all of you. As I said to Professor before, I decided to change my title of my presentation to something more easier to understand, right? Because it was so convoluted and complicated colors. So first of all, I would like to thank you all. Thank the organizers for inviting me to be here in this panel, which is a challenge. Forced me to think within my borders and my usual subjects. And so I would also like to thank the ABS for organizing this conference. This is the third conference. Actually, I engaged into ABS in the first World Conference 10 years ago. It's really life-changing for us as scholars to have such exchange like this. And ABS is really a very good forum for discussion. So, of course, this is going to be a little different from what we had before, because this is a representation of borders and territory and body. This is by some colleagues from Argentina, Iconoclastistas. So they are presenting here both the body and different uses of land in business, forestry, sun rising, hydrocarbons, and etc., and problems that come into people's bodies from these different uses of land. And also they don't abandon the usual representation of South America. And here we have kind of very free representation of all these extractivist or neo-extractivist initiatives, which, as you can see, concentrate mostly on the borders. What's green, it's darker green or olive green, is biodiversity. Parts of South America rich in biodiversity, and we have all these different initiatives, but we can also see this in different map. This is also a map of mining and conflicts and neo-extractivism in Latin America. You can see that many of these projects happen to be in borders, in state borders and international borders. And this has to be, of course, with the situation, prepared situation of these spaces. And what struck me when I was thinking about this is that we used to speak in South America of different processes, right? The typical, say, local border in South America is not really the state border, but the frontier. This is the border that is more striking in South America, in the sense that it's we came into the world border as a place for exploitation of conquest and colonization and such. Right. So borders, international borders these days are very open spaces to transnationalization, exploitation. This is kind of contradictory with usual geopolitics analysis of borderlands in South America. For example, it's very common to present the border of Brazil, and it's 150 kilometers wide of border strip, right? This is a very recurrent map where we find border spaces represented as non-contact spaces, as separation spaces. But now we see that this line is not present anymore. On the contrary, what we have is all these different initiatives, transnational initiatives, not separate from the state, of course, under some agreement of the state, but managed by private companies. So this is one example. Maybe you're not so aware of this, so I found it interesting. Did you see a cryptocurrency farming place ever? I don't know if you did. But we have in Paraguay, for example, many different places for these warehouses, thanks to cheap energy that has to do also with hydroelectrical power that's very cheap and abundant in the region. And this can be said, can be called, if you want some more powerful word, can be called as blue grabbing, in the sense that it has to do with the resources that are abundant in the region, and they are captured for producing this kind of wealth that is not distributed, right? So this is a very striking example, I think. A second example of these processes and the impacts of the process have to do with the Yanomami territory. This yesterday I did a search twice 21-second search in Google, and what I found is all this news about Yanomami. I don't know if you got news of this, but recently we had many protests against the situation of this particular people, indigenous people, 25,000 people who live with the border of Brazil and Venezuela that share this very large land. I'll show you in a few seconds. And what happened in the land is that it was said to be a genocide of indigenous people because of the poisoning of mercury, having to do with illegal mining of gold, and not only illegal mining, this is easy to say, just saying this is people out of the law, not recognized but by any power, not controlled. This is not really not the complete truth. There was a lot of agreement from government into this situation. So this is the territory, and once again we see it's a border, right? It's a northern border. This is Brazil and that is Venezuela. And in this place we have all this very, very destructive used land, this complete destruction. So this is the central idea of this. Of my presentation, that today we have this coherence, this convergence between borders and frontiers, which me as a Portuguese-speaking person used to review my colleagues' papers, and they were translating for us, wondering why this process of developing of encompassing lands into the production of capitalist wealth and poverty. So once it was different, and now I believe the frontier and border are not so far away anymore. And so it's a small comment on part of this presentation, bordering Latin American geography, somehow had to do with frontier in American history, of course, not to that degree, of course. In the meaning that that frontier of the American history that Turner used to describe was speaking about freedom, about hope, about future, right? And the border we have now is in Latin America in geography can be understood as a very tragic place, but can also be seen as something completely different if we abandon the link between states and borders, right? What I mean is that borders can be structures, objects, processes, and forms, and this is nothing that I invented myself. This was developed by Milton Santos, by so many other people, Descartes, and many different persons. Important forefathers, and I understand this is very useful to understand borders, so because they really can be processes. Border processes can be objects in space, can be also forms, right? And of course, in different scales. So, in different scales, we have, particularly in Latin America, we have these multi-scalar territories. And when I speak of scales, again, I'm not speaking only of geographic scales of smaller legal spaces. I'm also speaking about these actions, the connections, the links, the alliances that can be found in this building of territories nowadays, of emerging territories nowadays in South America. I spoke a bit about these different concentration processes that we find in borders, like global activities. And also, I should see, but I'm going to be very superficial on this. Borders also represent opportunities for criminal collectives, as we say, can be also transnational crime if you prefer, which find the differentials of the borders, these characteristics, the dynamics of the borders, very interesting for their expansion and reuse, right? But what I want to develop a bit more, because this I think is very, very well depicted in other works. For example, Marisol Stampa, who's this Argentine sociologist. And so we have also borders and territories operating in distributive processes, not only concentration processes, right? So we have bordering strategies and resources for traditional people and communities in the region in South America. Of course, we've heard about ethnic states in Bolivia, also Ecuador, they have this constitution, and Brazil in the constitution also recognized diversity, not pluriethnical cultural diversity. And here, one of the most obvious strategies, again, the indigenous lands. The demarcation of indigenous land, which of course is not a sovereign state, not a sovereign entity complete, but appears as a source of reproduction of permanence, of the ability of being able to survive and reproduce. So this is in northern Brazil, Pará. And I just wanted to show you how the borders become a resource here, because when this land was demarcated, the main settlement was here. But as the years went by, the people were by themselves, right? Their own strategy was to redistribute themselves to position these new settlements in the borders so as to ensure the integrity of the territory. Right? So they recognize this land, the integrity of the land, need to control it as a very important source for the survival of course. And still in the same land, and these are aerial photos for 20 years apart. And the first one is 1990, the second one is 2010. So we can see the difference in this is vegetation coverage, right? And so this is 20 years apart, and these are the green, the covering, the cover stays still in the reserve. And was almost have disappeared in the parts that are outside the indigenous plants. Why do I do this? Because I think this is very important. This is one of the resources that has been mobilized by these groups to point at the fact that consensualists, so like non-politicized views or solutionist, meaning that we will solve the problems we have now just by having more technology, or authoritarian unifying solutions, and centralist also. Or even evolutionary theories which are still present these days, right? And we have this analysis that we have some places which are immature or incomplete or anarchic or anomic, different ways to speak about different states in the world. All this, I think, is time to try and leave behind this narrative of infant incomplete incompetency, and recognize the diversity, the social cultural diversity, as means to try and multiply the initiatives of conservation, mostly by indigenous and autonomous groups. But also, which is very important, is that not only indigenous, right? Not only, we're not speaking only about indigenous people, because we really do have indigenous populations in I believe 600 different people in the forest. But we also have a large, very large number of younger people, of older people, of poor people, black people. And most of these groups also are resourcing to territories in their fights, in their demands, right? So this is not by chance that when the Lula, the new president of Brazil, got into power this 1st of January, the day he went to get the presidential whatever, well, to be a president, to be entitled as president, he didn't go by himself. Only he or the vice president, he and all these people, they went together into the palace to become presidents, right? So if you look at this composition, you have periphery people, young people, disabled people, the indigenous, very famous women that are dealing with recycling, many different people, right? Even a dog. Not even dark, also. And this means that borders, just to write up, are central both in the sense of economic processes. Neo-extractivism is not over, it's still very much as it was the current process. It's very important also in political processes. Definitely identity processes depend, lean on territoriality and borders. And so this is in a sense the hope we have of development and empowerment of ethnic social groups. Capable of promoting their life. So these are some of the references, and it's free for the choice, and thank you so much.
We have a little time for questions, so some questions. Yeah, maybe I could ask one, it's the privilege of the chair, but it's very interesting to sort of encourage us to think about borders and these and the spaces that they create in these different ways. The Lula picture makes me think about how dependent this is on political power structures that are still tied to the state, right? So are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic? I mean, how do we actually grapple with this dynamic where the state still has so much power and control to actually make or unmake these distributive possibilities?
Well, I am optimistic because what we saw is very important. I mean, it's just a second.
Yeah.
I cover my voice. Thank you. And so I am optimistic in the sense that we saw a very strong machine of destruction in place in Brazil, destruction of the forest, destruction of democracy, destruction of the people actually lives. And even so, we managed somehow to re-enter the scenario. So I don't know, maybe who know me can see what these 4 years of Bolsonaro did on us, right? The Brazilians suffered like very much. And it was a very bad scenario, and maybe not only Brazilians, I know also American people, but we don't have all the checks and balances that you have. And now I know Israel also is in a very different situation, and also in different places. So, of course, this solution to look not into only the scale of the city, but also look at these different movements, it's something that we can recognize out of the movement of the people around, right? And doesn't substitute the state. All these movements are also, we foster the state or sabotaged by the state, of course. But if there were not there movements, there would be no change in power right now. So this is a result of the social movement, the organization. Sorry.
So any other questions? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on. Our next speaker is Sunday Chaturvedi from the University of South Asia in Delhi, in India, who's going to talk to us about post-partition borders and connectivity conundrum, respatializing South Asia. Know how to bring it up. Just lost our.
Thank you very much, Professor Murthy. I'm very grateful to the Association of Borderland Studies and Ben Gurion University, Professor David in particular, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. Esteemed colleagues, let me begin with a confession. This is a work in progress. Some of these reflections, I have more of questions rather than answers. And this is illustrative rather than an exhaustive presentation. In South Asia, when we look at borders, the question of boundaries and borders, we are looking at remarkable complexity in the sense that we are looking at very complex intersections. We are looking at post-colonial borders, we are looking at post-partition borders, we are looking at intriguing intersections. And when I say South Asia, let me also say with all emphasis at my command that the very category is the outcome of bordering, ordering, and othering processes that we saw, particularly during the Cold War ideological geopolitics. Now, theoretically, conceptually, let me make a reference to this issue of Journal of Borderland Studies. And we look at the changing narratives of border studies as they have been mentioned in the journal. I will not run through this, but when it comes to the themes within border studies, I would like to make a humble addition. May I propose the following addition, and that is the changing meta-geographies, the concept of meta-boundaries, and emerging realities and persisting old myths of continents and oceans. I wish to argue that when we look at the scale of these three processes, bordering, ordering, and othering, using them as a verb rather than as a noun, it is important to remember that what happens at the global level, and that is the focus of today's session, global geopolitics, has a very profound impact all along the scale, percolating down to the grassroots scale and also across the scales. These are some of my key assumptions and arguments. Number one is that today, when we talk about the re-specialization of Asia, within that South Asia, we are looking at competing, colliding narratives of connectivity, including Indo-Pacific and the Belt and Road. Both of them carry the potential to cause geopolitical and ecological fault lines across South Asia, resulting in policy dilemmas, particularly for small states. I would also like to venture out to argue that both the success and failure of China's Belt and Road will carry impacts and implications for the Euro-Asian boundaries, in hyphenation and borders, leading to both thickening and hardening, and thinning or softening of borders. It's very difficult to tell the future of borders, but there are all kinds of possibilities. In the case of post-colonial and post-partition South Asia, the boundaries, borders might become more messy all along and across the scale, local, municipal, provincial, national, sub-regional, and regional. How Asian borders are going to be imagined by a party state in China, as well as the Quad partner states in the Indo-Pacific realm, will also have some very important bearings. Now, how do we understand and map the South Asian boundaries, borders, and borderlands? I think this is a question that still remains in search of answers. There's absolutely no doubt that border studies in South Asia, in a way, have come of age. The size of the delegation from South Asia also speaks volumes of it. But we still have a lot of work to do. Now, if we look at the intersections, we are looking at very intriguing intersections of post-colonial, post-partition, and neoliberalism. And I will have a few illustrations of each one of them. In a recent work that I have done with Dr. Dhananjay Tripathi, my colleague from the Department of International Relations at Auditorium University, we have pointed out the Janus-based nature of South Asian borderlands, the inward nationalizing impulses which are entangled with the outward regional frontier orientations, which is a stark reminder that the history of mobility in this eco-geographical subcontinent is much older than the history of territoriality and colonial cartography and ethnography, which means that we need to critically examine the bordering, ordering, and othering narratives and practices and performances that are intricately entangled with identity politics, I would emphasize that, and security resources. Now, if we look at these are just a few examples of how the colonial cartography has left its imprints on the landscapes and the mental scapes in this part of the world. And one thing is very clear, that when the colonial project was engaged in the process of annexation, it was not just the territorial annexation, but also the annexation of indigenous native knowledge systems into colonial imperial knowledge systems. The result of that is that you have a very deep entanglement between borders and identities, which makes this identity geopolitics in South Asia very, very messy. There is also a very interesting book that has recently published by Ambassador Nirupama Rao called The Fractured Himalaya. And in this book, there is also a very interesting reference to the fact as to how the concept of frontier zones, which historically provided for an intermingling of people, allowing the retention of close integration across borders between communities in terms of language, custom, and religion, has been completely lost. And she says, the last sentence, beyond emotion and sentiment, the space for mutually acceptable solutions does exist and must be explored. My submission is that whereas this is an ideal situation, but the rest of the presentation will probably illustrate that this is going to be quite a difficult task to achieve, as these competing narratives of connectivity impact the borderlands in South Asia. Now, when we look at the post-partition borders, emotions and memories continue to play a very, very important role. We are looking at deep-rooted cartographic anxieties. We are looking at a remarkable ontological complexity. We are looking at epistemological challenges, and we are looking at a wide range of ethical dilemmas. So emotional, discursive, material, this intersection becomes extremely important. The example is the Siachen conflict between India and Pakistan, which continues because it has become a site and site of bordering, ordering, and othering in a way. It's a frozen waste, but in geostrategic, geopolitical discourses, it has become very central and remains very central. In a very recent, fascinating work called The Jungle Passports, Malini Sood has said something which I think is worth taking note of. She says that there are 4 elements that are essential to comprehend border lives: equalities, infrastructure, and exchanges. And she says, I quote, how the colonial enterprise of road building and map building was not apolitical, but was instrumental in the creation of tribes by providing accessibility to the British administration into unfamiliar, forested, and shifting territories. In that sense, the making of roads and maps further crystallized the category of tribe. So the kind of competing connectivity narratives that we are witnessing, what kind of categories of identities they will lead to remains still unexplored and unknown. But one thing has been clear, that we are looking at the question of mapping boundaries and borders in interregnum. Transitions, transformations, changing geometries of power, very complex coalition politics, the different kind of alliances that are in the process of being involved. And this leads to emerging, evolving new categories of meta boundaries. Let me illustrate this point. Professor John Agnew, when he talks about the territorial traps and scales, I would like to say that when we talk about territorial traps and tropes, they are also being created and sustained by meta-geographies. And today, the rise and return of Asia is resulting in deep transformations. So that is the point which I would like to sort of highlight. And he's very right in saying, this would be my last part of my presentation, that in order to escape from the territorial trap and the tropes, which many of these connectivity projects are likely to lead to, we need to have a more people-oriented framework in the borderland studies, and this has to be embraced in the larger discipline of international relations. Now, Professor John Agnew has invited our attention to something very interesting that happened in what he called civilizational geopolitics, when the cultural boundaries were being drawn between Europe and Asia. And I'm also reminded of this fascinating book called The Myth of Continents, where we are told as to how viewing Europe and Asia as part of a single continent would have been far more geographically accurate, but it would also have failed to ground Europe in equality that Europeans and their descendants overseas believed it deserved. So the boundary that we saw was being drawn between Europe and Asia was very much a cultural boundary. Now the point is that, as Professor Ben Gurion has pointed out, that borders are the constructs which give shape to the ordering of society. Notions of territory and border, he says, go hand in hand. So let us see what goes on when we look at these competing narratives of connectivity. We are looking at here very intriguing intersections of nationalism, populism, bordering, and other exercises. And it is important to note that borders remain the barometers of post-colonial, post-partition martographic anxieties. And my argument is that the examples that I'm going to share with you very shortly, very quickly, all these competing connectivity narratives are probably also going to create deep-rooted fault lines and disconnects. So the connectivity projects will simultaneously create, in my assessment, in my understanding as of now, deep geopolitical fault lines. Now, this is also very true that paradoxically, the cultural revolution of borders has also unleashed a wave of anxiety throughout South Asia. And I think this is also the case, not just in South Asia, but across South Asia, leading to an explosion of demands for new boundaries. Characteristically, the demand for new boundaries possesses not so much a communal, but a personal or privatized form. It can acquire all kinds of forms, not just these ones. So let us take a look at the geopolitics of connections and disconnections. I have two examples to offer. One is the rise and return of what I call monsoon Asia, the larger context, and the Indo-Pacific and the Belt and Road grand strategy of China. We also find, along with these two, the meta-geographies of neoliberal geopolitics, which produce these new cartographies of danger, threats, and risks. And the example is Thomas Barnett's map, called the Pentagon's New Map, where he divides the entire world into what he calls the non-integrating gap and the core. And his argument is that all the major dangers that come in the world today come from those parts of the globe which are not integrated into globalization. So within this neoliberal context, we also have the revolution in military affairs. And the traditional ideas of territories and borders as containers are being increasingly compromised. And the significance of the physical distance is radically diminished. So that is another larger context that we are looking at. It is also interesting that, as an example of military globalization, these are the boundaries and the cartographies which we have as a result of the command system of the United States of America. Not an inch of the globe is. Now, I think something we have not explored in border studies, and which is that what are the implications of these meta-geographies and strategic geographies and the meta-boundary-making exercises for the politics of borders and boundaries within regions and within states. Now, in a recent contribution, I wrote an article in this particular PR report, and the editorial comment says, and I'm very tempted to share it with you, that the great power competition is not merely about material capabilities. The conceptual frameworks that are used for making sense of the world out there, even apparently fixed and material entities like geographical space, are also central points of contention with real-world implications. In fact, the rise of the Indo-Pacific as a label for meta-regional constellations consisting of various sub-regions shows that the ability to introduce and ultimately entrench meaning is a form of power in and of itself. actors may therefore set the boundaries of the imaginable, including some strategic options while simultaneously enabling others. And I think this is having an impact not only in Asia but across the globe. Now, we are looking at this map called connectography. As Farah Khanna points out, this is where we are looking at the intersections between the physical fixed geographies and the fluid functional geographies. Now, the questions that remain in search of answers, and as I said, this is very much a work in progress, are the following. When we need to approach, I argue, connectivity from diverse disciplines, ideational and material locations, and develop an interdisciplinary approach to understand this highly nuanced vector, as Professor Matthews points out. Connectivity is more than an issue of the hardware or physical infrastructure. It is also a software issue of the connectivity of ideas, institutions, and behavior in diplomacy itself. What are the numerous ways in which the new emerging spaces of connectivity, logistic spaces, infrastructure, supply chains are being imagined, constructed, defined, consistent, both inside portraits and outsiders, gazes in the older mass? I would also like to submit the following. What implications do the top-down imaginary geographies of connectivity beyond and across boundary spaces carry for the making and unmaking of in-between peripheral places, peoples, and their micro everyday lives in geographies? So that is another important point I want to flag. Another is, and this is very much relevant to Asia and also South Asia, what is being connected to what? Why and how and by who? What constitutes South Asia's extended or extending neighborhood? Insofar as there is a complex geography, political, socio-cultural, and economic, and history to South Asia's neighborhood and its extensions to different geographical directions. No surprise, the way in which the boundary between South Asia and Southeast Asia is now getting increasingly blurred. And that is also reflected in, for example, in India's changing geopolitical orientation. What kind of logistical visions are emerging in South Asia and its extended neighborhoods? Who? Actors and agencies, and what? Logics, hopes, fears are driving these logistical visions. What is the extent to which they converge or diverge? What is common to them? Can we take the translation of these logistical visions into strategic spaces for granted? Can we assume in an unproblematic manner that these logistic visions, after being turned into logistical spaces, will lead to reconfiguration and rethinking of South Asian borders, both physical and mental, as well as conventional understanding of Westphalian territorial sovereignty? Now, one thing is that there is a discourse which says that geoeconomics of connectivity is now being used as a tool of geopolitics. And to quote Blackwell and Harris, geoeconomics is the use of economic instruments to promote and defend national interests and to produce beneficial geopolitical results and the effects of other nations' economic actions on a country's geopolitical goals. So China then can be seen as a new map maker, emerging geometries of power, and what are the myths and what are the realities remains the question to be answered. But one thing is very clear, that the old cartographies, the old geopolitical maps are not due for revision. The transformations that have taken place on Spikeman's rimland and Akinda's heartland are also very striking examples. I have looked at, I would be tempted to look at the return and rise of Asia and the rise of China in particular as a hybrid spatial leviathan. And I would like to argue that geopolitically approach and analyze China, hitherto overwhelmingly seen as land power, is now being increasingly perceived by some analyst policymakers as proactively mobilizing vast continental resources in pursuit of unrestrained and furious capabilities, ably supported by steadily growing ambitions and the ability to arm its geopolitical and geoeconomic presence in diverse regions and spaces, from the Arctic to Antarctica, with the Indian Ocean in between and related governance regimes. So the boundaries that we saw, between the land power and the sea power, all those boundaries also now seem to be getting increasingly blurred. So these are some of the maps and cartographies which can be sort of shared in support of this particular argument that I made. Looking at the power gaps, the geometries of power seem to be changing, strength of merchant fleet, China's global port investment, challenges to international regulation and management of regional seas, maritime Asia, the larger map, shipping ports in China, the digital Silk Road. So we are looking at multiple spaces where these new geometries of power seem to be emerging. And then we have the old text in the new context, the Indo-Pacific and the off-web of what I have described in some of my writings as the post-Columbian epoch, going beyond Alfred J. Kinder. This is a new boundary-making exercise, what I call the meta-boundary, the meta-geography, and that is the Indo-Pacific. Now, this is again the return and rise of Indo-Pacific. As you know, the term was very much used by Haushofer in his map of band regions. So this is where you have the United States definition of the Pacific from the west coast of the United States to the east coast of India. Basically, it is India-Pakistan boundary, which is also the boundary between the Central Command and what earlier used to be called the Pacific Command, and now it is called the Indo-Pacific Command. So this is another really interesting boundary. India's definition or boundary of the Indo-Pacific is wider, where India will take it right up to the coast of Africa and the Gulf. So again, I'm trying to sort of illustrate that even within the Indo-Pacific, you have two different notions of boundaries. China's 6 economic corridors of the Belt and Road Initiative cut across the boundaries and borders. And this is all along the scale, right from the local, provincial to sub-regional and regional. Another cartography. Now, this is also interesting that when we are looking at these competing narratives of connectivity and these meta boundaries, these boundaries are not just material boundaries. They are also discursive boundaries. So as an example, you have the National Security Strategy document of the United States, which says that a geopolitical competition between free and repressive visions of world order is taking place in the Indo-Pacific region. The region which stretches from the west coast of India to the western shores of the United States represents the most populous and economically dynamic part of the world. The US interest in free and open Indo-Pacific extends back to the earliest days of our republic. So I think this is another very interesting intersection. So to conclude, this is again another example of how the emotional and discursive is also taking place. There is some kind of a tug of war, which I have described in this presentation as the connectivity conundrum. This is what is happening in particular South Asian context. You get what is also called the death trap diplomacy. Those fears and those anxieties are in circulation. This is another very recent book on both China-Pakistan economic corridor is a very, very interesting example. Its environmental impacts, chain implications for climate change. This is a WWF map which shows how these connectivity projects are going to have environmental, ecological. And my concluding slides are two, because I want to show, this is again an illustration, that how these meta-geographies, changing meta-geographies and meta-boundaries are going to impact the borderlands at grassroots level. This is the village on the India-Pakistan border, one of the most militarized and securitized borders in the world, reinforced by very formidable mental map-making exercises. This is where the connectivity projects are still not touched from the Indian side and also from Pakistan side. But if you compare this with this narrative, and this is the more clashes between Indian troops and the Chinese troops, then you have the rise of a new narrative, which is a new scheme to build infrastructure villages along China border. So my point is that these meta-narratives, these meta-geographies do impact the policies of the governments. And I've given you just one example. of India and the border between India and China, where we are having these new narratives under what is called a vibrant village program. So on this side, borders being the parameters of bilateral relations, you have a different situation on India-Pakistan border. So this is the work, as I said, which is very much in progress. And I'm very grateful to receive your comments and insights. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions or comments? It's very broad-reaching talk. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for a fascinating presentation. I find a lot of similarities between your presentation and mine. And I wonder whether you think that, you talked about different scales of borders, the meta scales, the medium scales, and the local scale. And I wonder what you think about, the future of borders as the medium and the local scale. Are they going to be resolved through the conflict at the meta scale, or whether they are independent?
I think they would remain interlinked and interrelated. Because as you also pointed out in the presentation, that besides these geopolitical rivalries and distrusts, we are also facing some common challenges like climate change and disaster management. And South Asia, of course, all regions are constructions, but South Asia, or the subcontinent, not South Asia, subcontinent, is also an eco-geographical region. Now, it is very true that there is a mismatch between the geopolitical boundaries and ecological boundaries. And one example is the Bay of Bengal, the Sundarbans, which are shared between India and Bangladesh. So I think the post-partition and post-colonial will continue to pose challenges. But at the same time, I do feel that there would be impulses for creating transnational spaces for cooperation and border management. The only thing is that we will have to move away from the state-centric narratives of what borders are and what border management is all about. Whether we'll be able to capture and map the voices of the civil society, the voices of people and the communities, particularly the two examples that I gave you, say for example, in the Pakistan border, where the partition was being seen very, very differently. It was not just the partition, because something is very clear, a very intriguing point. I think this is what makes it very post-partition. It was the othering process the two nations did, which was in search of these imaginary states and geopolitical order, led to a warring process. And that is the reason that partition logic continues to mutate itself spatially at different sites and different sites. Thank you.
Yes. A fascinating presentation, but I like the term that you use, connectivity conundrum. But there are scholars who like to call it connectivity dilemma. There is also a term connectivity imperative. All because of certain needs, imperative because we need to be connected, dilemma because development and borderland communities. So how do you look at it? How do you look at South Asia, which is still being regarded, since there are scholars who believe that lack of connectivity is one of the reasons for a very hardened borders in South Asia. So the connectivity imperative is important in order to overcome what you call as post-partition region. So what do you think?
You also do your work and argue that this is not the least integrated regions in the world. My question is that, is connectivity a guarantee for integration? Can we say that these connectivity projects will lead to more integrated? Because one thing is very clear, and I think also in your presentation, this is creating a dilemma. Say, for example, for Nepal, for Sri Lanka, for Bangladesh, you have these competing narratives, and each narrative gives the impression of a win-win situation. That our connectivity project is something which will bring you prosperity and integration, whereas beware of the other narratives of connectivity. So I think this will continue to pose a dilemma, and I think this dilemma is very much a part of what I have described in my presentation as connectivity conundrum. These dilemmas will not be easy to address, and they will, I think, continue to pose serious foreign policy and diplomacy related challenges.
Question here.
Yes, thank you, Barry. This presentation is very extensive and broad. I need to ask you, taking cue from what you said about connectivity. Could you explain what are the geostrategic interests of these people in the South Asian border, and how are they connected to the larger interests of the power blocks, USA, EU, and the rest of them? Because you really need to bring that into context. No border operates in isolation right now, as we say, especially for the less developed countries and including nations. So you cannot say China has its own interests. Other nations, America has its own interests. How are these interests aligned or connected? Because until you deconstruct that, you might not really find space for this whole border dynamics you're looking at in the South Asia.
I think politics of framing is also important here in the sense that South Asia has been perceived during the Cold War as one of the most dangerous places. And when you look at India-Pakistan relations, for example, we're talking about two nuclear power states, both of them are nuclear power states. Fastest growing economies, at the same time, India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. The demographic realities and the factors, including demographic dividends that we talk about, it is becoming increasingly, I think, it's a continent of opportunities, rich and poor at the same time. Paradoxes of all kinds. Now, one thing is very clear that Indo-Pacific narrative would like to have more and more states from South Asia on its side, because when you look at the geopolitics of war. Similarly, China has its own agenda. So now the point is that connectivity, I don't think the countries of South Asia, societies, economies would be against connectivity. But the point is that as I raise those questions, what kind of connectivity are we talking? And we do not have enough case studies right now which will tell us as to how connectivity is being seen from within the countries. For example, what are the Nepalese perspectives of connectivity? What kind of connectivity with Nepal? What kind of connectivity with Afghanistan? And again, within Afghanistan, within Nepal, there's a diversity of interests and diversity of perspectives. And unless and until we map those, we will not be able to understand what kind of connectivity is good or bad. So I think.
So maybe we've got one more short question, and then we're going to have to move on. Yes.
Relative directly based on your presentation, but climate change is enormous, had an enormous impact on that region. Well, Pakistan was underwater for floods, and Bangladesh is susceptible to floods, and India itself is susceptible to heat, to floods, to. So does climate change play a part in connectivity, in changing the dynamics of the region? And if you think so, how?
You see, I was one of the lead authors of the 6th IPCC assessment report, chapter 10 on Asia. And I was responsible for the water sector. Now, one thing is very clear that if you look at the Hindu Kush Himalaya, if you look at the rivers of South Asia, they demand and deserve transboundary cooperation. And the very fact that the history of mobility is older than the history of territoriality. Even rivers were being partitioned, the water was being partitioned. At the same time, we have a reality, harsh geopolitical reality in the state that I come from in Punjab, where political parties belong to different orientations. All of them have said that each and every drop of water that flows to Punjab belongs to Punjab. So there is this narrative of water being used as some kind of a geopolitical tool within the state politics. So I think these two imperatives, or one imperative of cooperation, Sundarbans, which is split between India, geopolitically between India and Bangladesh, would certainly demand cooperation and collaboration. Then the point is that the whole problem of attribution will also be there, because we are looking at climate change, we are looking at deeply entrenched ecological irrationalities, which are not just specific to South Asia, we see them all over the place. And also the fact that the climate-induced mobility, I'm giving you just the example of migration, for example, is getting increasingly securitized and even militarized. The way in which, say, for example, Bay of Bengal and Bangladesh is being framed in terms of, or as some kind of climate change black holes. The way in which some of the narratives are being framed for interventions in the name of climate security, they all suggest that one has to do much more work, interdisciplinary work and research on climate change. Because climate change is not just global warming. We have to broaden and deepen the meaning of climate change. And I think South Asia would be a place, at least a continent, to start. But these are very formidable challenges in my assessment.
So thank you very much. Thank you.
One more question.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're going to have to move on, but we'll, if we have time at the end, we have just too many for this presentation. I want to give our last presenter adequate time. So our last presenter, who is coming to us remotely, is Ari Kotrovitz, who is at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, but also at Georgetown University, and I'm guessing he's coming from Georgetown to us today remotely. He's going to talk to us about peaceful borders and illicit transnational flows.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Can I share the screen because it's enabled right now? I know we have problem of time. Anyway, I will start. Show you. Let's see. Okay, fine. I know it's my time. Well, okay. Can you see that?
Started the screen sharing. Yes.
Okay. You can see that, right?
Yeah. Okay. Now it's good.
Okay. So thank you very much. I'll try to be brief and try to summarize a book. It's an year of work in about 10 or 15 minutes to allow for some kind of discussion, and we will continue traveling the world. I know Shlomo stay with us in the Middle East. You are in the Middle East, I think Washington, D.C. And Adriana took us to South America, and Sanjay took us to the Indo-Pacific. So I will try to play on a regional comparison, referring to geopolitics in a broader sense, specifically to the issue of illicit transnational flows, transnational criminality. This is a book that I completed about 2 years ago with 3 PhD students of mine. Now they are PhDs, Ezekiel Akopsky, Karen Sasson, Daniel Weiner. And I know that this is hybrid, but I'll try the impossible. And with the exception of Adriana, that's a tip. Can you recognize the picture? Can you recognize this picture or the drawing in the cover of the Cambridge book? Anybody wants to shout? What's that? If you can see that in the screen. Nobody? Any educated guesses?
In Amazonia.
Well, it's a close but no cigar. It's not the Amazonia. It's not far from there. Go south.
Rio de la Plata.
Well, you went too far south. Right. This is next to Iguazu. I know you're in Eilat. I wish I would be in Eilat. I know this is the last session. You should go and visit the coral reef. And I also have to thank David Newman. David, I wish I would be there in Eilat, or alternatively at the Knesset demonstrating, but that's another issue. So this is the tri-border area. You can see the Paraná, you can see the Iguazu rivers, and I should mention the artist. You might say it's nepotism. David Katsomich, my nephew, he's an artist. He took a picture from the Triple Frontera, the tri-border area, and the allegory here is, you can see the clouds, those are crime, I mean the menacing clouds, and the rays of sun are the rays of hope and peace. And this is about the unintended consequences of peace. I will read this very quickly. This is the summary of the book. Usually, scholars of international relations, I'm one of those, consider that under conditions of war, smuggling, transborder crime will thrive. In this project, we took a different direction in the post-Cold War area by looking at different regions and trying to trace the relationship between peaceful borders and transnational criminal flows. So we tour the world without leaving the room, if you want. We focus on the Americas, but we also have cases from the European Union, Southeast Europe, Southern Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. Apologies, we don't have a chapter about South Asia, maybe because they are India, Pakistan, it's not a peaceful border. So this is about peace. We don't have time to define that. You can imagine different definitions. And this is about transnational organized crime. And the motivation for this project, I wish I would have more time, because this sounds like a war movie. It's an interview I conducted with Alberto Nisman, the late Argentine prosecutor that investigated the terrorist attacks that happened in 92 and 94 in Buenos Aires and were perpetrated by Iran and Hezbollah. The terrorists, it seems to be the case, coming from that area, the tri-border area. We have a reality of peaceful borders, and we have a reality of illicit transnational flows, and we the two of them by bringing different examples. So basically, we combine several literatures here: peace, globalization, as Shlomo was referring in his talk, the importance of borders that was also mentioned in Shlomo's talk, the idea of governance and areas of limited statehood and transnational. And basically, the research question that we posed for this project was to try to understand under which conditions might peaceful borders enable the occurrence and proliferation of illicit transnational flows. By that, we mean land crossing flows, including weapon trafficking, drug trafficking, and human trafficking and smuggling. We make the argument, and I'm a peace scholar for 30 years, so you might argue what I'm saying here, that peace and globalization, they act as permissive conditions. They don't explain the puzzle, but there is a variation that may be a function of several variables that was also mentioned by my previous panelists. There are three variables here that we have to keep in mind: the degree of openness of the border, the physical openness and institutional openness. The second argument, which I think is crucial, maybe I'm thinking what's going on in Israel, the degree of governance, institutional strength, and political willingness of the neighboring states. And last but not least, the socioeconomic, the political economic argument, referring to the regional economic characteristics of the borderlands. So basically, we suggest three commonsensical hypotheses, suggesting that when borders are more open, we will see more flows, both licit and illicit, right? So illicit transnational flows would thrive under conditions of open borders. The second argument refers to the governance, the capability and the willingness of the neighboring states to control their borders. So we will see more proliferation of illicit transnational flows involving violent state actors when neighboring states are less capable, they are weak, or they don't want to interrupt that flow. For instance, the US does not want to interrupt the flow from weapons flown from the US to Mexico. And the third argument refers to the socioeconomic conditions, namely, if you see an economic disparity between the borders, there will be more crime. So basically, if you can see that, and I walk you very quickly, since I still want to leave about 10 minutes for questions. So we checked several cases in the Americas, including US, Canada, US, Mexico, the northern triangle of the Central American countries, Guatemala, Honduras, Salvador, the Colombian borders, the tri-border area that motivate all the research, the EU regarding Schengen and regarding Southeastern Europe, Western Balkans. In the Middle East, we look at what we call the Triangle of Peace, namely the borders between Israel and Egypt since 1979, or basically 1982, and the borders between Israel and Jordan after the peace agreement signed in 1994. We also look at Southern Africa after the apartheid, South Africa being the magnet for the region, and we look at Southeast Asia since the 90s after the end of Vietnam intervention in Cambodia. And surprise, surprise, terrorism is not present, but we saw drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and human trafficking happening in many cases. I don't have time to go over the particular case of the Americas, but you find there are 36 land borders that they are mostly open and integrated, and you see there a proliferation of crime. So when we look at the several hypotheses, just in a nutshell, regarding the degree of physical and institutional openness, there are two interesting exceptions. The US-Canada, although it's an open border, there is not much of crime there compared to other cases. The US-Mexican case, in the opposite, is partly fortified, at least 1/3 of that, and you still have a lot of a proliferation of transnational flows, human smuggling, drug trafficking, and weapons trafficking. And Europe is also an interesting case regarding terrorism and human smuggling. This might have to do with the fact that Europe looks more like a federal state due to Schengen. When we turn to the degree of governance, we find that most of the cases validate our hypothesis, except for, again, the European case where you have strong and capable states. The hypothesis works fortunately well, I'm not saying in normative terms, regarding many of the American case. Interesting, Israel, Jordan, you might say that there is not much crime there because both states are relatively strong. And when we turn to the economic conditions, so we'll see again that the hypothesis regarding the economic gap is proved in most of the cases. By the way, when both neighboring countries are rich and developed, so then we will see less of a criminal flow, right? Like the case of US, Canada. This is the TBA. Now, the theoretical conclusions, and you see I'm rushing, I wish I would have more time. Basically, the argument is that the existence of international peace in many regions of the world has been a permissive condition alongside globalization that enables the proliferation of transnational flows, right? There are two, by the way, additional factors that we found. One has to do, of course, with the title of our panel, which is the geopolitical location of regions and sub-regions. So the Colombian borders, Colombia has been unfortunately located in northern South America, right? So being, in a sense, part of a hub regarding the flow of drugs, you can make a similar argument regarding the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia or regarding the Northern Triangle in Central America. And another argument that we also found convincing as an additional argument to keep in mind is the legacy of civil wars and international and domestic wars that led to a legacy of violence, weapons, young people that they don't have much to do, so that will bring us in the direction of crime. Just to conclude with some policy recommendations, and I think I hear before Emmanuel asking a question, because one of the recommendations referred to the need to cooperate and increase effective governance at all the possible levels that were mentioned in some of the previous sessions. We have to be aware of the normative dilemmas of human security. Because, closing border might jeopardize human rights, so you have to find there a balance. And last but not least, And as I mentioned, 30 years I have been written books about peace, and people ask me, well, how can I ask, how can I write or have this provocative argument regarding peace? And I want here to make clear, although I cannot see you in the audience and it's very hard to me to talk to the screen here, make the argument still that we should promote a preferred peace rather than war, but we have to be aware of its potential unintended consequences. So this was my short presentation. If I can ask, if people want to ask questions, maybe they can come with the mic, Alexander, so I can see them, and they can talk into the mic because the acoustics are not the best and I don't hear on my left side. But sometimes Zoom works better for me than in the classroom. Enjoy Eilat, and don't forget to visit the coral reef. That's a world of peace with borderless. And this is a must here in Eilat. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I want the microphone to hand it to anyone so that our presenter can hear you. Questions?
Everybody together.
Well, I'll ask one, which is, how do you define a peaceful border?
How do I define a peaceful border? That's an easy one, although you might have degrees. I think Shlomo was referring to that, right? I mean, we have the two components. We can talk about peace, we can talk about border, right? So peaceful border, it might be a border with at least a degree of negative peace, absence of war, right? Now, we can go all the way, you know, I'm here, I'm selling my own merchandise. You can talk about several degrees of peace, right? So you will have a peaceful border like Israel and Egypt, right? Although this is a kind of frozen, very cold peace, right? And this is even a fortified border since 2013, and that's a peaceful border. Then you might have the borders in Europe after 45. Those are peaceful borders. So a peaceful border is a border that includes two countries that I guess formally they might have at least a minimal degree in diplomatic relations. So the border, it might be partly fortified and closed, but I think that's relatively easy to refer. In the Americas, for instance, most of the borders are open, right? And the only exception in the Americas. Okay, so I think that answers the question.
So you can have a peaceful border then between Finland and Russia, but that's not a border where you're going to see a lot of illicit flows, because it's also a defended border.
Yes, yes, you might have all the different possible options, right? I mean, you might have a peaceful border. That's why one of the variables to consider refers to the degree whether that border is open or not. And what is interesting, which may be paradoxical, I mean, I'm not talking about North Korea, South Korea, which is the most fortified, that's not a peaceful border, although they don't have a violent war. But even when you have a border that might be partly fortified, like US and Mexico, the socioeconomic indicators and the fact that you have the problem regarding governance, and I'm referring to that also not just to Mexico, also to the US, right? That the US has a problem in not fighting a drug crime in its own perimeter, right? So that might be an incentive for the proliferation of illicit transnational flows, right? Right now here in the US, you have 100,000 people dying every year because of those synthetic drugs, right? That they are coming, many of them, they are coming from Mexico. Here they are blaming China. They want to blame China for everything, right? Because part of the source comes also from there.
Any other comments for this question, this speaker? Yes, right there.
Well, yes.
Your fascinating presentation. I'd just like to draw your attention towards India, Pakistan. You said that South Asia is missing from the book. India, Pakistan borders are very fortified borders, very stereotyped borders. But there is an informal trade, the trade because these two countries don't do direct trade. So there are legal items like tea, textile. It goes via different routes. That's also known as informal trade between India and Pakistan. And it is because of the fact that the borders are very hard, securitized, and not peaceful borders. So just like to bring that comment because you said that you have not covered South Asia. Very fascinating borders in South Asia. They are peaceful, they are securitized, and there are borders, and there are very, very hard borders. Thank you.
Alexander, can you help me? Because I'm sorry with the acoustics and my hearing problems. I didn't understand the question. Maybe can I get this by?
It was more of a comment than a question, really. It was a comment.
Well, that's what happens most of the time. Yes.
South Asian borders. So yeah.
I guess the South Asian borders were not included in our tour of the world. Coming back to the question about peaceful borders, because I think they might not completely qualify, right? So that's why we were looking at the Americas, which is the obvious case, and the Europe, which is the obvious case. And that's why we incorporate Southern Africa after the end of apartheid and the regional wars, and we include Southeast Asia, the land part, not the maritime one, which is less interesting in that sense, after also the 90s. So basically, this overlaps with the end of the but I cannot.
Part of the comment was just that there's different aspects to the South Asian borders. Some people, some not. Some, where you've got informal trade in some cases, some not, and so forth. But well, we've got just a little bit of time left in the session, and I want to just open it for any questions to any of the speakers. And I know you had a question for our last speaker. Would you like to go ahead now? Yes.
Myself?
Yes.
I had a question to.
Yes, for the others. Yeah. So I'm opening it to any question for any of the speakers at this point. So
I have questions, by the way, Alexander. I have questions for my colleagues. Pointed questions. I tried. Is there not?
Can I make a question to Dr.
Yes, that's what I said. You can make it. You first, and then you. Okay. Do you have a question for this?
Yeah, for this speaker.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for your.
Sorry, one second, Adek, I don't want to be a spoiler, but I was just told by Hilik, the buses are outside exactly at 7 o'clock. So
okay, so we need to quit in 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. So if you can ask a quick question and then you can ask your question.
Yeah, mine is very quick. My name is Innocent, right? I didn't quite understand, what you said about the borders in Southern Africa in the context of your presentation. Would you want to speak to that a little bit more? You didn't understand my question, right?
If you would say just a bit more about borders in
Southern Africa.
Southern Africa.
In the context
of your presentation.
In Southern Africa, I think in Southern Africa, it proves very well the case because you have South Africa that has been alienated from its neighbors, right, until the end of apartheid. And once South Africa became integrated, right, in terms of economic flows, so you see, I think Southern Africa, when I'm looking at all the tables, right, it probably proves all the three hypotheses, and it works very well. I'm saying again, very well, not in normative terms, right? As regarding the fact that borders are being solved, the fact that you have a problem, a significant problem, when you think what's going on today in South Africa regarding governance, and you see the socioeconomic disparity in clear terms between South Africa and most of its neighbors. So that proves the case.
Okay, so the last question for Sanjoy Chaturvedi.
Okay, my query to Sanjoy Chaturvedi. I'm from Nepal. My name is Gurjeet. I mentioned that India and China are constructing railway line to connect with each other in Nepal. For example, India is constructing a railway line to connect the Indian town Raksol to the Nepalese capital city Kathmandu. On the other hand, China will construct a railway line to connect Lhasa to Kathmandu. So the Indian and Chinese railway line is going to be at Kathmandu. My query is, what will be the impact on connectivity between India and China with the joining of the India and Chinese railway line in Kathmandu? Thank you.
I think it would depend on what would be the status of India-China relations. I hope that they will be cordial so that Nepal doesn't face a dilemma. But I also feel that, for Nepal, it cannot be a question of either or. Because if Nepal is going to trade through Indian Ocean, then we know that India is the answer, because the international law of the sea is the right to transit as well. Similarly, if Nepal is talking about more continental connectivity to the north, then it has to be China. So I said my hope is that the rimland countries, which includes China, India, and Nepal, will work, will cooperate, and rise peacefully. So I think that's how it's.
All right, well, with the buses waiting, I think we better draw this session to a close. Please join me in thanking all.
Thank you very much. בבקשה, תבלו באילת.
I forgot to bring my cards today.
Thank you for your moderation.
Indeed.
You did a very good job.
It's always a challenge, yes.
It was good to listen to you after some years.
I am.
Sorry?